Hello everyone, I am the storyteller, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to sleep, so before you do that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from, and what time are you watching? Now relax and listen to my stories. It was a bitter, stormy night in late October when I first heard the chilling legends of Crimson Ridge, a desolate farmhouse nestled in the remote hills of rural Tennessee, cursed by a dark past and haunted by restless souls. Locals in the nearby town of Bellamy, population approximately 1,100, spoke in hushed tones about strange lights that danced across the property, ghostly figures seen through broken windows, and a pervasive sense of dread that clung to the land like a thick, inescapable fog. Despite the warnings, my morbid curiosity and my lifelong fascination with the paranormal drove me to visit Crimson Ridge, a decision that would forever change my understanding of fear. I set out in my trusty 2012 Ford F-150 along a narrow, winding road that extended nearly 18 miles from Bellamy to the outskirts of Crimson Ridge. The road was roughly 24 feet wide, bordered by gnarled oak and hickory trees, whose twisted branches scraped against my windshield as the wind howled through the night. The temperature had dropped to a frigid 28-degree swallows, and a steady rain, accompanied by occasional bursts of lightning, rendered the road slick and treacherous. Every mile deepened my apprehension, as if the darkness itself were urging me to turn back. After approximately 18 miles, I finally reached the outskirts of the property. An old, rusted iron gate, standing about 7 feet tall and coated in decades of grime, marked the entrance to Crimson Ridge. The gate creaked ominously as I pushed it open, revealing a gravel driveway that stretched nearly 300 feet to a large, dilapidated farmhouse. The building, once the pride of a prosperous family, now stood as a crumbling relic. Its weathered clapboard siding, originally painted a vibrant red, was now chipped and faded to a dull burgundy. Tall, narrow windows, each roughly 3 feet by 5 feet, gazed out blankly, many shattered or obscured by tattered curtains. The eerie silence was broken only by the pounding of my heart and the distant rumble of thunder. I parked my truck about 50 feet from the gate, stepped out into the biting cold, and switched on my 150 lumen flashlight. My breath formed white puffs in the air as I made my way along the overgrown path toward the front door. The door, a massive piece of reclaimed oak roughly 8 feet tall, hung slightly ajar, as if inviting me to uncover the secrets hidden within. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The foyer of Crimson Ridge was cavernous, approximately 35 feet by 25 feet, with a vaulted ceiling that rose nearly 30 feet high. Dust motes swirled in the meager light streaming in from a broken stained glass window, casting fractured patterns on the worn mosaic floor composed of 1-foot square tiles, many of which were cracked or missing. The air was heavy with the scent of damp wood, decay, and an undercurrent of something metallic and inexplicable, almost as if the building itself were bleeding sorrow. I began my exploration on the ground floor, moving cautiously down a long corridor that extended about 60 feet from the foyer. On either side of the hallway, ornate wooden doors, each measuring approximately 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, once led to rooms filled with life and laughter. Now these rooms were dark, silent, and oppressive. Faded portraits of stern-faced ancestors lined the walls. Their painted eyes seemed to follow my every move, each glance filled with an accusation that made my skin crawl. Occasionally I heard soft, almost imperceptible sounds, the creak of floorboards, the rustle of tattered fabric, reminding me that I was not entirely alone. At the end of the corridor, I discovered what appeared to have been the grand parlor. Moonlight filtered through a large, shattered window, measuring roughly 4 feet by 6 feet, casting long, twisted shadows across the room. A once grand chandelier, its crystal prisms now broken and strewn across the floor, hung precariously from a ceiling about 25 feet high. Antique furniture, a velvet upholstered sofa, a pair of intricately carved armchairs, and an ornate coffee table sat in disarray beneath layers of dust and cobwebs. In one corner of the room, I noticed a large, cracked mirror set in an elaborate frame. As I approached the mirror, I was struck by the sudden reflection of a dark figure behind me, a gaunt, spectral shape with eyes that glowed faintly in the gloom. I spun around quickly, but the parlor was empty, save for the echoes of my own racing heart. Shaken but determined, I left the parlor and made my way to the dining room. The dining room measured about 30 feet by 20 feet and was dominated by a long, once elegant table that stretched nearly 20 feet in length. Silver candelabras, each standing around 18 inches tall, were scattered across the table, their wax hardened and stained. A massive portrait of a stern matriarch, the Blackwood family's founder, hung above the fireplace, her eyes seeming to glimmer with a sorrowful intensity that sent shivers down my spine. In the corner of the room, I discovered a dusty, leather-bound diary whose pages were yellowed with age. I leafed through it and found a series of frantic entries describing ominous events that had plagued the family, whispers in the corridors, shadowy figures in the windows, and a growing sense of dread as if the house itself were alive with malevolence. One entry, dated October 30th, 1898, read, "Tonight, the house cries out in anguish. We hear the sound of footsteps when no one is there. The walls murmur with the voices of the damned. I fear that Crimson Ridge is cursed, and our sins have doomed us to endless torment." The entry left me trembling. I pocketed the diary and continued exploring. As midnight approached, a sense of urgency compelled me to investigate further. I ascended the grand staircase, a sweeping flight of 22 dark oak steps, each about 8 inches high, leading to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was even darker and more oppressive, stretching approximately 70 feet along a series of closed doors. I opened one door at random, revealing a master bedroom that once belonged to the family's matriarch. The room measured roughly 35 feet by 30 feet, and a large 4-poster bed draped in tattered silk sheets dominated the space. A massive window, approximately 6 feet by 5 feet, overlooked the overgrown gardens outside, where the wind stirred the trees into eerie silhouettes. On a small vanity, I found a faded portrait of a young woman wearing a delicate locket, the image exuding a profound sadness that seemed to plead for rescue. As I wandered from room to room, I noticed a recurring motif. Every chamber held remnants of tragedy and despair, from broken trinkets to cryptic inscriptions scrawled on the walls. In one study, I uncovered a set of old letters bundled together with a faded ribbon. The letters described a secret, the existence of a hidden passage that led to the heart of the mansion, where a terrible curse was said to be sealed. According to the letters, a family heirloom, a silver locket bearing the initials IB, had been stolen on the night of a mysterious, blood-red moon, and its loss had unleashed a malevolent force that now haunted every corner of Crimson Ridge. The letters ended with a desperate plea: return the locket to restore our souls and break the curse. My pulse raced as I contemplated the significance of this revelation. Determined to find this missing heirloom and put an end to the tormented presence in the house, I began a search for any secret doors or hidden passages. In the library, a dusty, shadowy room measuring about 40 feet by 25 feet with shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, I discovered a peculiar detail. Behind one row of books, a section of the wall, approximately 3 feet wide and 7 feet tall, appeared to be slightly ajar. With some effort, I pushed against it, and the wall gave way, revealing a narrow, dim passage. The passage, barely 3 feet wide, descended steeply into darkness. I took a deep breath, adjusted my flashlight to its maximum 250 lumen setting, and stepped into the hidden corridor. The air grew colder, and the sound of my own footsteps on the roughly 2 foot by 2 foot concrete floor echoed ominously. The corridor twisted and turned, leading me deeper into what I later learned was the mansion's secret sub-basement, a labyrinth of rooms and tunnels that had been hidden from the world for over a century. After what felt like an eternity of navigating narrow hallways and descending another 15 creaking steps, I arrived in a large, circular chamber measuring nearly 30 feet in diameter. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, roughly 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide, upon which rested a small, ornate wooden box. The box, measuring about 10 inches by 8 inches, was carved with intricate designs of intertwined vines and sorrowful faces. My heart pounded as I realized that this must be where the family's most guarded secret lay hidden. With trembling hands, I opened the box and found inside a delicate silver locket, its surface embossed with the initials IB. The locket shone with an almost otherworldly brilliance, even in the dim light of the secret chamber. A folded yellow note lay nestled beside it. The note, written in elegant flowing script, read, "Return this token to its rightful place, and may the souls of Crimson Ridge finally find peace. Let not our suffering be eternal." At that moment, I felt a profound surge of sorrow and relief. The realization struck me. The curse of Crimson Ridge was bound to the loss of this locket, a relic of lost love and unhealed wounds. If I could restore the locket to the mansion's heart, perhaps the malevolent force that had haunted the estate for so long might be laid to rest. I carefully pocketed the locket and retraced my steps back through the labyrinthine passage. Emerging into the library once more, I scoured the room for any clues as to where the rightful place might be. Hidden behind an imposing, dusty bookshelf, I discovered a small alcove containing an old portrait of a young woman in mourning, likely Isabella Blackwood, whose image I had seen on the vanity in the master bedroom. In the frame, engraved on a brass plaque measuring approximately 6 inches by 2 inches, were the words, "In memory, return the locket to heal the shattered heart." It became clear to me that the locket was to be restored to the portrait's location, a symbol of love and loss, and the very epicenter of the family's tragic legacy. With my heart pounding, I carried the silver locket upstairs to the master bedroom. I placed it carefully in a small, carved recess behind the portrait of Isabella. As soon as the locket touched the wood, a palpable change filled the room. The oppressive silence lifted, and a soft, ethereal glow emanated from the portrait, illuminating the chamber in a warm, golden light. The once stifling air felt lighter, and for a brief, transcendent moment, I thought I heard faint, sorrowful voices whispering in relief. I lingered in the master bedroom for what felt like hours, absorbing the atmosphere of redemption and peace. In that moment, it seemed as if the centuries-old curse of Crimson Ridge was finally breaking, the souls of the lost being freed from their eternal torment. Yet, I knew that such an act came at a heavy price, one that would haunt me in the days to come. Reluctantly, I made my way back through the mansion, retracing my steps from the master bedroom down the grand staircase, 22 creaking steps, each about 8 inches high, and through the now less oppressive corridors. The mansion, though still shrouded in shadow and memory, no longer pulsed with the malignant energy that had once dominated every room. The air, while heavy with history, now felt as if it carried a promise of peace. I left Crimson Ridge in the early morning light, the horizon painted with the soft hues of dawn. The journey back to Bellamy took me along the same narrow, winding road that stretched nearly 18 miles, the storm having subsided to a gentle drizzle. Every so often, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see ghostly figures or to hear the faint echoes of the sorrowful voices that had filled the mansion. But the road remained silent, save for the rhythmic crunch of my tires on the gravel. Over the following months, I devoted myself to researching the history of Crimson Ridge and the Blackwood family. I visited local archives, interviewed the few remaining elders who still recalled the old legends, and even consulted with paranormal investigators who had once set foot on the cursed grounds. What emerged was a tapestry of grief, betrayal, and love. A story of a family torn apart by tragedy and a curse that had been born of their deepest sorrow. The locket, as it turned out, had been the only tangible symbol of hope, a relic of a love that might have saved them, if only it had remained in its rightful place. I have since secured the diary, the silver locket, now returned to the master bedroom of Crimson Ridge, and my field recordings in a safe, preserving them as both evidence and a reminder of that harrowing night. Every time I pass the old, winding road from Bellamy to Crimson Ridge, I am reminded of the silent, spectral whispers and the profound sorrow that once haunted that cursed estate. Though the malevolent force has receded, its echoes remain, a testament to the enduring power of lost love and the weight of forgotten sin. It was a frigid, overcast night in late November when I first heard the chilling legend of Deadwood Pines, a decrepit mansion hidden deep in the forests of rural North Carolina, cursed by an ancient malediction that had plagued its inhabitants for generations. Locals in the nearby town of Ashford, population roughly 2,000, spoke in trembling whispers about a dreadful presence that roamed the property, They claimed that the spirit of a vengeful witch executed centuries ago still haunted the grounds, twisting fate and shattering the lives of all who dared approach. Driven by morbid curiosity and a determination to document the supernatural, I decided to embark on a journey that would forever change my perception of horror. I set out in my reliable 2010 Chevrolet Silverado along a winding two-lane highway that extended approximately 20 miles from Ashford to the outskirts of Deadwood Pines. The road, about 24 feet wide, with gravel shoulders roughly 3 feet wide, snaked through a dense stand of towering pine and oak trees. Their gnarled branches, some reaching heights of 40 feet, creaked in the gusting wind, and the crisp November air, hovering near 25 degrees, bit at any exposed skin. As I drove deeper into the forest, the beams of my headlights illuminated patches of fog and intermittent flashes of lightning that revealed silhouettes of ancient trees standing like silent sentinels. After nearly 20 miles, I arrived at the decrepit entrance to Deadwood Pines. An old, rusted iron gate, standing an imposing 8 feet tall, loomed before me, its once ornate scrollwork now twisted and pitted with corrosion. I parked my Silverado about 100 feet from the gate and stepped out into the cold, the crunch of frost-covered gravel under my boots echoing in the stillness. With a 250 lumen flashlight in one hand and my digital recorder in the other, I pushed open the creaking gate, which protested with a long, sorrowful groan. Beyond the gate lay a narrow, overgrown driveway, approximately 350 feet long, bordered by wild ferns and thick underbrush. The path led to a mansion that, even from a distance, exuded an aura of despair. Deadwood Pines Mansion was a once grand estate constructed in 1885. Its weathered wooden siding, originally painted a brilliant white, was now dull and chipped, stained with the passage of time and neglect. The structure measured roughly 120 feet in length and 70 feet in width, with steep gabled roofs rising nearly 30 feet above the ground. Tall, narrow windows, approximately 3 feet by 5 feet in size, stared out like hollow eyes, many of them shattered or obscured by sagging, moth-eaten drapes. Ivy and creeping vines clung to the walls in a desperate bid for life, and the entire building seemed shrouded in an impenetrable veil of sorrow. Taking a deep breath to steady my racing heart, I stepped up the creaking wooden steps, each about 9 inches high, that led to the main entrance. The heavy oak door, nearly 8 feet tall and reinforced with rusted metal studs, hung slightly ajar, as if beckoning me to uncover its secrets. With the wind whipping past, I pushed the door open and crossed the threshold, entering a foyer that stretched approximately 35 feet by 25 feet. The vaulted ceiling soared nearly 35 feet above, and dust motes danced in the pale beams of moonlight filtering through stained glass windows, each pane roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, now cracked and faded. The air inside was dense with the smell of damp wood, decaying plaster, and an undercurrent of something metallic, an odor that reminded me disturbingly of old blood. Every step I took on the mosaic tiled floor, each tile roughly 1 square foot in size, many of them cracked or missing, echoed in the oppressive silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching me from the dark corners of the mansion. I began my exploration on the ground floor, venturing down a long, narrow corridor that extended about 60 feet from the foyer. On either side of the hallway, heavy wooden doors, each measuring roughly 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, led to rooms that once thrived with life. Now these rooms were shrouded in darkness and neglect. Faded portraits of stern ancestors, their eyes painted with accusations of long-forgotten sins, adorned the walls. Their frames, some nearly 2 feet by 3 feet, appeared to be watching my every move. As I walked, I heard the soft creak of floorboards and the distant rustling of fabric, a sound that might have been the wind, or perhaps something more sinister. At the corridor's end, I discovered what had once been the grand parlor. Moonlight streamed through a large, shattered window measuring about 4 feet by 6 feet, casting eerie, fractured patterns on the floor. A once magnificent chandelier, its crystals now broken and scattered over an area of approximately 6 feet in diameter, hung precariously from a ceiling that soared nearly 30 feet high. Antique furniture, a velvet upholstered sofa, a pair of intricately carved armchairs, and a grand piano with chipped ivory keys lay abandoned, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. In one corner of the parlor, I noticed a large, ornate mirror set in a gilded frame. As I approached, my flashlight beam revealed a fleeting image behind me, a gaunt, spectral figure with eyes that glowed faintly in the gloom. I whirled around, heart pounding, but found only emptiness. Determined to learn more about the mansion's tragic past, I moved from the parlor to the dining room. The dining room spanned approximately 30 feet by 20 feet and was dominated by a long mahogany table that stretched nearly 20 feet in length. Silver candelabras, each about 18 inches tall, were arranged along the table, their wax hardened and stained with age. Above the fireplace hung a massive portrait, measuring roughly 5 feet by 4 feet, of the Blackwood family matriarch, her eyes filled with a sorrow that seemed to weep. In a dusty corner of the room, I found a leather-bound diary with brittle pages, yellowed by time. I leafed through it, and one entry caught my attention. Dated October 30th, 1898, it read, "Tonight the mansion cries with the voices of the damned. We hear footsteps where none exist and see shadows that whisper our sins. The curse of Deadwood Pines tightens its grip. If these words find any who dare read them, know that our legacy is one of despair, and that our souls are forever bound to this cursed estate." A chill shot through me as I absorbed those words, and I carefully pocketed the diary, determined to uncover the truth behind the curse. With night growing deeper, I ascended the grand staircase to the second floor, a sweeping flight of 22 dark oak steps, each approximately 8 inches high, guarded by a banister intricately carved with swirling motifs that had long since lost their luster. The second floor corridor extended roughly 70 feet, lined with closed doors that once led to private chambers and studies. I chose one door at random, its heavy wooden surface measuring about 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide, and stepped into a master bedroom that once belonged to the family's matriarch. The room measured roughly 35 feet by 30 feet and featured a massive 4-poster bed draped in heavy silk curtains that now hung in tatters. A large window, approximately 6 feet by 5 feet, overlooked the overgrown gardens, where the wind stirred the trees into ghastly silhouettes. On a delicate vanity, I discovered a faded portrait of a young woman, her face etched with sorrow, and the delicate silver locket bearing the initials I.B. was missing. The portrait's frame, measuring nearly 2 feet by 3 feet, held a brass plaque that read, "In memory of Isabella Blackwood, may her spirit find rest." The pieces were beginning to form a dark puzzle. I gathered every scrap of information, the diary, the letters, and even the faded inscription on the brass plaque, and realized that the curse of Deadwood Pines was said to be tied to a stolen heirloom, Isabella's silver locket. According to local lore, the locket had been taken on the night of a blood-red moon, and its loss had unleashed a malevolent force upon the estate, binding the souls of the Blackwood family to eternal torment. Driven by this newfound knowledge, I decided to search for a hidden passage or secret room that might lead me to the locket's resting place. In the mansion's library, a shadowy room measuring roughly 40 feet by 25 feet, lined with towering bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes, I discovered an odd discrepancy. Behind a row of dusty, neglected tomes, a section of the wall, approximately 3 feet wide by 7 feet tall, appeared slightly ajar. With some effort and the use of a crowbar I had brought along, I managed to pry the wall open, revealing a narrow passageway that descended steeply into darkness. I adjusted my flashlight to its maximum 300 lumens and stepped into the hidden corridor. The passage was barely 3 feet wide and sloped downward for about 30 feet, its concrete floor composed of roughly 2 foot by 2 foot slabs worn smooth by time. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my labored breathing. The corridor twisted and turned, eventually opening into a vast subterranean chamber that measured nearly 40 feet by 35 feet. Here, the remnants of a long-forgotten service area lay scattered, rusted tools, broken furniture, and most disturbing of all, cryptic symbols scrawled on the walls in what appeared to be dried blood. Each symbol was roughly 1 to 2 feet in diameter, and they pulsed with an unholy energy in the dim light. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. worn smooth by centuries of neglect. Resting atop the pedestal was an ornate wooden box, roughly 10 inches by 8 inches in size, carved with intricate designs of intertwining vines and sorrowful faces. My heart pounded as I realized that this box must contain the key to ending the curse, perhaps even the stolen heirloom itself. With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver locket, its surface still gleaming despite the passage of time. The locket, approximately 2 inches in diameter, was embossed with the initials IB in an elegant flowing script. Next to it, a folded piece of yellowed paper bore a message written in hurried, desperate handwriting. Return the locket to where it belongs, the heart of our home. Only then may our souls find the peace denied to us by greed and sorrow. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming mix of relief and trepidation. The weight of centuries of grief seemed to press against my chest, yet I knew what I had to do. I carefully took the locket and retraced my steps through the labyrinthine passage, emerging back into the library with the first light of dawn threatening to break the horizon. I made my way back to the master bedroom, where the faded portrait of Isabella Blackwood still hung above the vanity. With reverence, I inserted the silver locket into the ornate frame, where a hidden compartment revealed itself, a small recess meant for the heirloom. The moment the locket settled into place, the mansion seemed to shudder as if exhaling a long-held sorrow. A warm, golden light bathed the room, and for a moment I heard the soft, echoing whispers of voices finally released from their torment. The oppressive aura that had clung to deadwood pines began to lift. I could almost sense that somewhere, far away, the souls of the Blackwood family were being freed from their eternal prison. I lingered in the master bedroom for hours, absorbing the serene atmosphere that replaced the earlier dread, a calm that, though fragile, promised redemption. I then began the long, arduous journey back to the front of the mansion, retracing my steps through the dark corridors, down the grand staircase of 22 creaking steps, and finally through the main entrance. As I emerged into the chilly pre-dawn light, the storm had subsided into a gentle drizzle, and the forest around the mansion was bathed in a soft gray glow. I climbed into my Silverado and drove the 18 miles back to Ashford. The memory of deadwood pines etched indelibly into my mind. Over the following months, I dedicated myself to uncovering the full history of the Blackwood family and the curse of deadwood pines. I visited local archives, interviewed the few surviving elders who recalled the old tales, and even consulted with paranormal investigators. What emerged was a tapestry of heartbreak and betrayal, a story of a once respected family brought low by greed and misfortune, and a curse that had exacted a terrible price in the form of endless sorrow. I have since secured the diary, the silver locket, and my field recordings in a safe, preserving them as tangible proof of that fateful night. Though I strive to move on with my life, I sometimes awaken in the early hours of the morning, the faint sound of mournful whispers echoing in the recesses of my mind, a reminder that the curse of deadwood pines, though weakened, may one day stir again. It was a cold, moonless night in late November when I first heard the legend of Echo Lake, a secluded, forgotten spot in the heart of rural Wisconsin that locals claimed was cursed by an ancient evil. Whispers in the nearby town of Maple Grove, population approximately 2,500, spoke of eerie voices carried on the wind, strange lights dancing over the water, and a foreboding presence that lurked beneath the lake's surface. Despite the dire warnings, my morbid curiosity and lifelong fascination with the paranormal drove me to investigate. What I encountered at Echo Lake would forever change my understanding of horror. I set out in my trusty 2011 Chevrolet Silverado along a narrow, winding highway that spanned nearly 15 miles from Maple Grove to the remote area where Echo Lake was said to lie. The highway was roughly 24 feet wide, with gravel shoulders measuring about 3 feet on either side. Tall stands of pine and oak trees, many reaching heights of 60 feet, lined the road, and their skeletal branches scratched at the sides of my truck as I drove deeper into the isolated countryside. The temperature hovered around 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and a steady drizzle accompanied by occasional gusts of wind turned the asphalt slick and made visibility poor. In the distance, through the rain and mist, I could make out a weathered wooden sign that read, Welcome to Echo Lake. Its letters nearly faded away by time. After driving the 15 miles, I finally arrived at the edge of a dense forest. Pushing through a gap in the trees, I discovered a narrow, overgrown gravel road that led toward the lake. I parked my Silverado about 200 feet from a rickety, rusted iron gate standing at roughly 7 feet tall. The gate, chained loosely to a decrepit wooden post, marked the entrance to an area that had once been maintained as a recreational retreat. Now it looked like a boundary drawn by nature and neglect, a barrier between the modern world and something far older and darker. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I switched on my 250 lumen flashlight and stepped out into the chill night. The air was thick with mist, and my breath formed visible puffs in the cold. I walked the 50-foot distance from my truck to the gate, the gravel crunching under my boots. The gate creaked ominously as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow, winding path that led through dense underbrush and eventually opened onto a small clearing where Echo Lake lay hidden. The lake itself spanned roughly 0.5 miles across at its widest point and was bordered by overgrown trees whose branches reached over the water like skeletal arms. The surface of the lake was unnaturally still, reflecting the starless sky and the ghostly silhouettes of trees that lined its edge. A light mist hovered just above the water, and there was a pervasive silence that felt as if it swallowed every sound. Locals said that if you listened carefully, you could hear faint echoes, whispers of voices long since lost, bouncing off the water and returning as mournful laments. Determined to uncover the source of the legend, I followed the path along the lake's edge. The trail, barely more than a dirt track measuring around 2 feet in width, wound its way for nearly 300 feet to a small boathouse that clung to the water's edge. The boathouse, built in the early 1900s and measuring about 30 feet by 20 feet, was half swallowed by ivy and moss. Its wooden exterior, once painted a bright blue, was now chipped and faded to a dull gray. A single, broken window, roughly 2 feet by 3 feet in size, looked out over the lake like a dark eye, and the door, slightly ajar, creaked with every gust of wind. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the boathouse was shrouded in darkness, with only a few thin beams of moonlight penetrating through the broken glass. Dust and cobwebs hung in the air like ghosts, and a chill that was more than just the cold seemed to seep from the very walls. I used my flashlight to scan the room. Old wooden oars leaned against the wall, and in one corner lay a pile of decrepit life jackets and faded ropes. On a small, rickety table near the center of the boathouse, I discovered an old journal. The cover was worn, and the pages, yellowed with age, were filled with hurried, almost frantic handwriting. I flipped through the journal and found an entry dated November 12, 1923. Tonight, the lake whispers our sins. The water is dark as a raven's wing, and in its depths, I hear the voices of the lost. We have disturbed something ancient, a curse born from betrayal and sorrow. If these words survive, let them be a warning. Do not dare to seek the secrets of Echo Lake, for once awakened, the shadows shall claim your soul. My heart pounded as I read the words. The language was desperate, filled with a foreboding that sent chills down my spine. I pocketed the journal, determined to search for more clues. Leaving the boathouse, I walked along a narrow dirt trail that ran parallel to the lake's edge. The night was oppressively quiet, save for the distant rustling of leaves and the steady, almost hypnotic lapping of water against the shore. As I neared the far side of the lake, about 0.5 miles away, I noticed a faint flickering light moving among the trees. I paused, straining to see in the darkness. The light seemed to drift slowly, as if it were following me. I felt an inexplicable pull to investigate, so I changed course and headed off the main path into the forest. The forest was dense and nearly impenetrable in the dark. I used my flashlight to navigate a narrow trail that meandered through towering pines and oaks, their trunks reaching upward like dark sentinels. The air grew colder, and every so often I heard a soft whisper, indistinct words carried on the wind, as if the forest itself were speaking. I could swear that some of the whispers mentioned a name. Eliza. The name was repeated in a mournful tone, echoing through the trees. After walking for what felt like 20 minutes, roughly a mile along a barely visible path, I came upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a dilapidated stone structure that resembled a small chapel or shrine. It measured about 20 feet by 15 feet and was constructed of rough-hewn limestone that had weathered into a gray patina. The structure's roof had collapsed long ago, leaving jagged stones exposed to the elements. And the front entrance was marked by an arch approximately 6 feet high. The ground around the shrine was scattered with broken gravestones and wilted wildflowers, and an old, moss-covered statue of an angel with broken wings stood as a silent sentinel. I approached the shrine, feeling a heavy, inexplicable sorrow in the air. My flashlight revealed carvings on the stone walls, symbols and inscriptions that I couldn't decipher, but which pulsed with a sense of ancient grief. As I drew closer, I saw a faint inscription along the base of the statue that read, "Eliza, forever remembered." The name struck me again, and I recalled the whispers in the forest. It seemed that Eliza might have been a soul tied to this cursed place. I knelt before the shrine, my heart pounding, and opened the journal once more. The next page detailed a ritual, a desperate attempt to break the curse that had been cast over Echo Lake. The instructions were written in spidery ink. At the stroke of midnight, when the moon is hidden and the water whispers, take the token of the betrayed soul and return it to the heart of the shrine. Only then may the restless spirits find solace and the curse be lifted. Beware, for the forces of the deep hunger for retribution. The token was described as a small silver locket bearing the initials EL. I now realized that the locket must belong to Eliza, a young woman whose fate had been sealed by betrayal, her spirit bound to the cursed waters of Echo Lake. The journal claimed that on the night of a blood-red moon, the locket had been stolen from her by those who sought to profit from her beauty and innocence, and that its loss had unleashed the curse that haunted the lake ever since. Determined to put an end to the suffering of the lost souls, I resolved to find this silver locket. I retraced my steps back to the boathouse, reasoning that if the locket had ever been part of the daily life around the lake, remnants of it might have been left behind. In the boathouse, amidst the old oars and faded ropes, I discovered a small, rusted tin box tucked away under a collapsed shelf. The box measured about 4 inches by 6 inches and was sealed shut with brittle twine. My hands trembled as I pried the lid open, half expecting to find nothing but dust and memories. Inside the box lay a delicate silver locket, its surface intricately engraved with floral motifs and the initials EL in a graceful script. The locket, about 2 inches in diameter, shone with a faint inner light, as if imbued with a power beyond the physical. I held it in my hand and felt a sudden, overwhelming sadness, as if the weight of Eliza's lost life pressed upon my very soul. The realization struck me. This locket was the key to lifting the curse of Echo Lake. Clutching the locket, I made my way back to the stone shrine. The forest around me had grown eerily silent, and the cold seemed to intensify, dropping nearly 10 degrees Fahrenheit in a matter of minutes. I arrived at the clearing where the shrine stood, the mist swirling around my feet. The statue of the broken angel loomed in the dim light, its sorrowful gaze fixed on the horizon. With trembling hands, I reached into my jacket pocket and retrieved the journal. Following the ritual's instructions, I waited for the stroke of midnight. The minutes ticked by in agonizing silence. I could hear the distant lapping of water against the shore of Echo Lake, a soft, rhythmic sound that merged with the whispering wind. Finally, as the clock in my mind struck midnight, the air around me seemed to still. I stepped forward and, with all the solemnity I could muster, placed the silver locket at the center of the stone altar in the shrine. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the inscriptions on the stone began to glow, a soft, golden light that spread like a ripple across the weathered surface. The ground beneath me trembled, and the mist swirled into a vortex of light and shadow. In that moment, I heard the anguished cries of 100 lost souls, their voices blending into a sorrowful chorus that filled the clearing. The name Eliza echoed on the wind, mournful and pleading. I felt a presence behind me, and turned to see a spectral figure materializing at the edge of the clearing. It was a young woman, translucent and ethereal, with eyes that shone like distant stars, and hair that floated around her in a gentle, otherworldly breeze. Her lips moved silently, as if reciting a prayer. and then she extended her hand toward the locket. As the locket's glow intensified, the figure stepped forward and, in a voice that trembled with both relief and eternal sadness, whispered, "Thank you. May our souls finally find peace." At that moment, the golden light burst forth from the shrine, enveloping the clearing in a warmth that contrasted sharply with the bitter cold of the night. The spectral figure began to fade, her features softening as if freed from the torment that had bound her. The oppressive weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by a serene silence that carried the promise of redemption. The mournful chorus of voices gradually softened until all that remained was the gentle lapping of Echo Lake's waters and the quiet rustle of the trees. I stood there for several long minutes, the silver locket still warm in my hand, absorbing the profound transformation that had taken place. The journal's final words echoed in my mind, a poignant reminder that some curses are born of loss and can only be broken through acts of love and remembrance. Reluctantly, I gathered my things and made my way back through the labyrinthine forest, retracing the narrow 300-foot trail to the old iron gate. The first light of dawn was beginning to creep over the horizon as I climbed into my 2011 Chevrolet Silverado and drove the 15 miles back to Maple Grove. The storm had subsided into a gentle drizzle, and the sky was painted with soft hues of blue and gray. As I drove along the familiar road, I couldn't shake the memory of that night, the spectral figure, the echoing voices, and the overwhelming sense that I had been a part of something far larger than myself. Over the ensuing months, I devoted myself to researching the history of Echo Lake and the tragedy of Eliza, a story that turned out to be far more complex than the local legends had ever suggested. I combed through old newspaper archives, interviewed elderly residents, and even visited the local historical society in Maple Grove. What emerged was a tapestry of love, betrayal, and sorrow. Eliza had been a young woman of great beauty and promise, tragically betrayed by those she trusted, her innocence stolen on the night of a blood-red moon. The silver locket had been her most cherished possession, a symbol of hope and a reminder of a love that was never meant to be. Its loss had, according to old superstition, unleashed the wrath of a vengeful spirit, one that haunted the lake for decades until that fateful night when I returned the locket. I have since secured the journal, the silver locket, and all of my field recordings in a safe. They serve as both evidence and a poignant reminder of the night I ventured into the cursed heart of Echo Lake. Though I try to move on with my life, every so often, when the wind is just right and the lake's surface is eerily still, I can almost hear the faint, mournful whisper of Eliza calling out from the depths, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of the world, love and loss intertwine to shape our destiny. It was a bitterly cold night in late November when I first heard the chilling legend of Raven's Peak, a remote mountain summit in the rugged Colorado high country, said to be home to a centuries-old monastery cursed by dark rituals and haunted by vengeful spirits. Locals in the nearby town of Silverton, population approximately 3,000, spoke in hushed, fearful whispers about the Phantom Monastery, describing eerie lights flickering along its ancient stone walls and ghostly chants that rose with the wind. Despite the dire warnings, my lifelong obsession with the paranormal drove me to embark on a journey that would soon plunge me into unimaginable terror. I set out early on a frosty November evening in my 2013 Ford F-150, its headlights piercing the growing darkness as I left Silverton behind. The road to Raven's Peak was a narrow, winding stretch of mountain highway, approximately 25 miles long and roughly 28 feet wide, with gravel shoulders barely 3 feet wide on either side. Towering pine and aspen trees, many over 80 feet tall, lined the roadway, their bare branches scratching at the truck as the wind howled like lost souls. The temperature hovered near 20 degrees Fahrenheit, and a steady drizzle mixed with swirling snowflakes made the pavement slip. Every mile took me further from the familiar and closer to a realm where time and reason seemed to lose all meaning. After about 25 miles of treacherous driving along winding roads and steep switchbacks, I arrived at the base of Raven's Peak. A weathered wooden sign, measuring roughly 2 feet by 3 feet and barely legible from years of sun and snow, read, "Welcome to Raven's Peak Monastery." The sign hung from a rusted iron post nearly 8 feet tall and creaked in the wind like a mournful lament. I parked my truck about 150 feet from the sign and stepped out, shivering as the icy air hit me. My 300 lumen flashlight and digital recorder were my only companions on what I sensed would be a night of dread. The trail up the mountain was nothing short of daunting, a narrow, winding footpath roughly 3 feet wide that sloped steeply upward for nearly 1.5 miles. I began my ascent with trepidation, my boots crunching on a bed of loose gravel and frost. The higher I climbed, the more the wind whipped around me, and the dense forest gave way to barren rock and patches of snow. The path was marked by faded cairns, small piles of stones about 1 foot in diameter, placed by long-forgotten travelers as guides to those brave enough to venture upward. After what felt like an eternity, I finally emerged from the tree line onto a broad ledge that overlooked a sprawling valley below. In the distance, shrouded by swirling mists in the inky darkness of night, I could see the outline of the Phantom Monastery perched on a rocky outcrop at the very summit of Raven's Peak. The monastery itself, built in the early 1700s, was an imposing structure constructed of weathered sandstone that measured roughly 100 feet in length and 60 feet in width. Its steep gabled roofs rose nearly 40 feet above the ground, and tall, narrow windows, each about 3 feet by 5 feet, glowed faintly with an eerie light. Ivy and moss clung to its walls, and the once ornate carvings had been eroded into somber, indistinct shapes that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly. I rested for a few minutes on that ledge, my heart pounding in my ears, before continuing along a narrow, rocky trail for another 0.5 miles that led directly to the monastery's entrance. The final stretch of the path was perilous, with loose stones and precipitous drops of up to 10 feet on either side. My flashlight beam danced nervously over the rugged terrain as I carefully navigated the treacherous route. Finally, I reached a heavy, arched doorway set into the side of the monastery. A doorway that measured about 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide, its ancient wood scarred by centuries of exposure and neglect. Pushing the door open, it creaked ominously, echoing through a vast, dimly lit foyer that stretched approximately 40 feet by 30 feet. The vaulted ceiling soared nearly 35 feet high, and faint beams of moonlight filtered through stained glass windows, each roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, casting fragmented patterns of color that danced over the flagstone floor. The air inside was heavy with the scent of musk, decay, and a peculiar tang of old incense, a fragrance that clung to the stone walls and filled the silent space with an almost palpable sorrow. I activated my recorder and began to document my impressions as I slowly ventured deeper into the monastery. To my left was a long corridor lined with heavy wooden doors, each door measuring about 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, leading to what were once the private cells and chapels of the monks who had inhabited this sacred place. Faded murals adorned the walls, depicting scenes of heavenly ascension and divine judgment, but now the images were marred by cracks and soot, their colors washed out by centuries of neglect. I could almost hear the echo of whispered prayers and distant chants, though I could not tell if they were real or merely the product of my anxious mind. I reached the end of the corridor and found myself before a grand hall that measured approximately 60 feet in length and 40 feet in width. At the far end of the hall, a massive stone altar stood as the centerpiece, rising nearly 10 feet tall and carved with intricate depictions of angels and demons locked in eternal combat. A large ancient bell, now tarnished and cracked, hung from a wooden beam that spanned the width of the hall, about 8 feet across. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft echo of my footsteps on the cold flagstone floor. In the flickering light of my flashlight, I noticed that the air near the altar seemed to shimmer as if a veil between worlds had thinned. As I moved closer to the altar, I noticed several objects scattered about. A rusted silver chalice measuring about 8 inches tall, a leather-bound book with brittle pages, approximately 9 inches by 6 inches, and a delicate, tarnished key that looked as though it might have once opened a sacred vault. I picked up the chalice gingerly. It was cold to the touch, and for a moment, I could almost imagine it filled with a dark, ancient liquid, I then opened the leather-bound book. Its pages, written in an elegant but hurried script, recounted the story of the monastery, a tale of devotion turned to despair. One entry, dated November 3rd, 1745, read, "The darkness that dwells within these walls has grown ever stronger. We have angered the divine by our hubris, and now the spirits of the damned roam these corridors. Only by returning the sacred key to its rightful place may we hope to appease the vengeful forces that curse us." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I carefully placed the chalice and the book into my backpack and tucked the tarnished key safely away. I knew that I had stumbled upon a secret far older and more terrible than I had ever imagined. I then ventured further into the monastery. I climbed a narrow set of stairs, about 15 steps at 8 inches each, that led to a mezzanine overlooking the grand hall. From here, I could see the entire expanse of the monastery's interior, shadowed corridors, abandoned cells, and a spiral staircase that vanished into darkness. A sense of overwhelming sorrow permeated the space, as if the very stones were weeping for the sins of the past. While exploring one of the side chambers, a small room measuring roughly 20 feet by 15 feet, I discovered an intricately carved wooden door, partially hidden behind a tattered curtain. The door, about 6 feet tall and 2.5 feet wide, bore a symbol, a circle intersected by a cross, roughly 1 foot in diameter, glowing faintly with an eerie light. My pulse quickened as I gently pushed the door open, revealing a narrow passageway that led downward. With my flashlight held high, I stepped into the passage, leaving the relative safety of the main hall behind. The passageway was a dark, claustrophobic corridor, no wider than 3 feet, and lined with rough-hewn stone walls. The floor was uneven, composed of irregular slabs about 2 feet by 2 feet in size. The air grew colder and heavier as I descended. After what felt like an endless journey, roughly 50 feet of winding steps, I emerged into a vast subterranean chamber. This hidden labyrinth measured approximately 80 feet by 60 feet and was divided into several smaller rooms by crumbling stone walls. In the center of the labyrinth stood a circular chamber with a domed ceiling rising about 25 feet high. At the very heart of this chamber, a massive stone pedestal, nearly 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, was adorned with ancient carvings depicting scenes of both heavenly glory and infernal torment. On the pedestal rested a small, ornate box made of dark, polished wood, measuring about 10 inches by 8 inches. I approached with trembling hands and opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a gleaming silver key inscribed with the initials DR. The key radiated a cold, otherworldly energy, and I felt as though it pulsed in time with my heartbeat. Beside the box was a folded parchment, yellowed with age. Unfolding it, I read a single cryptic line. "Only the lost key may unlock the path to redemption. Return it to the sacred vault to lift the curse that binds us." My mind raced. The diary had mentioned the sacred key, and I now held a key marked DR. Could this be the very relic that the monks had once used to seal away a great darkness? The thought both terrified and compelled me. I gathered the silver key and decided that my next task was to locate the sacred vault mentioned in the inscription. I retraced my steps back through the labyrinth, emerging from the narrow passageway into the main hall of the monastery. The atmosphere now felt palpably lighter, as if a heavy shroud had been lifted. Yet I knew that my work was not yet done. The silver key was a vital piece of the puzzle, and it must be returned to its rightful place if the ancient curse was to be lifted. I resumed my exploration, this time searching for any indication of a vault or hidden chamber within the monastery. In the library, I discovered a large portrait of a solemn monk, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and determination. On the lower edge of the frame, approximately 6 inches by 2 inches, an inscription read, "In memory of Brother Daniel R., keeper of the sacred trust, return the key and restore the light." The initials DR resonated with the key in my hand. I realized that the sacred vault was likely located beneath the portrait, hidden within the very walls of the library. With cautious determination, I examined the area behind the portrait. Pushing against the wall, I discovered a small, almost imperceptible seam. I pried it open with my crowbar and uncovered a narrow doorway, only 2 feet wide and 6 feet tall, leading to a secret chamber. I stepped through and found myself in a compact vault-like room, measuring roughly 15 feet by 12 feet, with walls constructed of solid stone blocks about 1.5 feet thick. The room was dimly lit by a single flickering candle placed on a stone pedestal in the center. On the far wall of the chamber, embedded in the stone, was a keyhole carved into an ancient iron door. The door itself was massive, approximately 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide, and bore intricate carvings of angels and demons in eternal conflict. My hands shook as I inserted the silver key into the keyhole. With a heavy creak that reverberated through the chamber, the door slowly swung open, revealing a hidden repository filled with relics, manuscripts, and artifacts from the monastery's long-forgotten past. Inside, the air was thick with a sense of solemn finality. In the center of the repository lay a large, ornate sarcophagus, carved from dark stone. Its surface adorned with intricate depictions of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The sarcophagus was roughly 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 4 feet tall. As I approached it, I noticed that the lid was slightly ajar. With mounting trepidation, I pushed it open further, and a rush of cold, musty air escaped, carrying with it a faint, mournful chant that seemed to echo from the depths of time. Within the sarcophagus, I discovered the skeletal remains of a long-deceased monk. Clutched in his bony hand was a small, ancient reliquary containing a fragment of what appeared to be a torn piece of parchment. I retrieved the reliquary carefully. It measured about 4 inches by 3 inches and opened it. Inside lay a final inscription, written in delicate, fading script. By returning what was lost, the darkness is vanquished. May our souls find eternal peace and the light of redemption guide us home. At that moment, the entire repository seemed to tremble with a release of pent-up sorrow. The candle's flame steadied, casting a warm, golden glow over the relics. I felt a profound calm wash over me, a sense that the curse that had haunted the monastery for centuries was finally being lifted. Outside, I could hear the distant sound of a bell tolling, its deep, resonant chime carrying across the still night air. With a heavy yet hopeful heart, I gathered my field recordings, the diary, and the reliquary, ensuring that all evidence of this harrowing night would be preserved. I retraced my steps through the secret passageways and labyrinthine corridors of the monastery, emerging into the cool pre-dawn light on the mountain ledge. The ascent down Raven's Peak was as arduous as the climb, another 1.5 miles along a narrow, rocky trail, where the cold wind bit at my face and the weight of the night's events pressed upon me like a physical burden. Finally, after nearly 25 miles of winding roads and treacherous mountain paths, I drove my Silverado back to Silverton. The sunrise painted the sky in hues of deep orange and soft pink, a stark contrast to the darkness I had witnessed. Yet even as the light of day crept over the horizon, I knew that the memory of the phantom monastery of Raven's Peak would remain with me forever. In the months that followed, I dedicated myself to researching the rich and tragic history of the monastery. I scoured local archives, interviewed elderly residents who recalled old legends of cursed souls and redemption, and even consulted with scholars of ancient religious rites. What I discovered was a tapestry of faith, betrayal, and unending sorrow. A family of monks who had once sought to ward off darkness through sacred rituals, only to have their hopes shattered by a betrayal that led to a curse lasting centuries. I have since secured all of my field recordings, the diary, and the reliquary in a safe. They serve as a solemn reminder of that night, a night when I witnessed the shifting boundary between light and darkness, hope and despair, and the unyielding power of redemption through remembrance. Whenever I pass near the remote peaks of North Carolina, I sometimes hear the faint toll of a bell carried on the wind, a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, light can be rekindled by the brave acts of those who dare to confront the past. It was a bitterly cold night in late November when I first heard whispers about a traveling carnival lost to time. A carnival so steeped in horror that locals in the small town of Harmony, Missouri, population roughly 200, dared not speak its name after dark. They called it the Forgotten Carnival of Sorrow, a ghostly spectacle that appeared on abandoned highways and deserted back roads, its dilapidated tents and rusted rides echoing with the laughter and laments of the damned. Driven by a mixture of morbid curiosity, and a lifelong fascination with the paranormal, I resolved to track down this eerie carnival. What I encountered on that fateful night would forever change my understanding of terror. I left Harmony in my 2010 Ford F-150 just after dusk, the truck's headlights cutting a swath through the pitch-black countryside along a narrow two-lane highway. The road stretched nearly 30 miles from town, a route approximately 26 feet wide, with shoulders about 4 feet wide, winding through fields and stands of corn that swayed in the chilly wind. The temperature had plummeted to about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, and a light drizzle mixed with occasional gusts of icy wind made the pavement slick and treacherous. As I drove deeper into the darkness, the familiar hum of small-town life faded away, replaced by the unsettling sounds of rustling leaves and the distant, mournful cry of a coyote. After 30 miles of twisting country roads, I finally saw a weathered sign ahead. Forgotten Carnival. Enter if you dare. The sign, roughly 3 feet tall and 4 feet wide, was barely illuminated by a flickering overhead lamp mounted on a pole that stood about 10 feet tall. Its faded lettering and peeling paint set my heart pounding with both anticipation and dread. I pulled over about 100 feet from the sign, parked on a gravel shoulder, and switched off the engine. Grabbing my 300-lumen flashlight, digital recorder, and a notebook, I stepped out into the icy air. I walked along a narrow dirt path, approximately 150 feet long, that led from my truck to the tattered entrance of the carnival grounds. The path was barely 2 feet wide, flanked by overgrown weeds and clusters of brittle wildflowers frozen in time. With each step, the crunch of my boots on the gravel echoed eerily in the silence. Beyond the path, I came upon a rusted iron gate, standing about 7 feet tall, with bars twisted into grotesque shapes by time and neglect. A heavy mist swirled around the base of the gate, and as I pushed it open, a hollow creak reverberated into the darkness, tight as if the gate itself mourned what lay beyond. Once through the gate, I found myself on a sprawling carnival grounds that covered nearly 3 acres. The grounds were a chaotic jumble of broken rides, abandoned booths, and tattered banners flapping in the wind. In the center of the lot stood the remains of a large marquee, its frame measuring roughly 25 feet wide and 10 feet tall, with neon letters that once spelled out the great spectacle, now dim and sporadic. Shadows danced among the decaying structures as intermittent flashes of lightning revealed the sad grandeur of this forsaken carnival. I cautiously advanced toward the marquee, my flashlight beam trembling over cracked pavement and puddles that reflected distorted images of the eerie scene. The silence was absolute, save for the occasional distant creak of a loose board or the soft, mournful hum of wind passing through broken structures. I passed by a row of empty game booths, each booth measuring about 4 feet by 6 feet, whose faded signs promised prizes that no one had ever won. In one booth, a dusty, shattered mirror caught my eye. In its fractured reflection, I could have sworn I saw the fleeting image of a gaunt face peering back at me before it vanished. Near the center of the carnival grounds, I discovered the old carousel. Once a vibrant centerpiece, the carousel now lay silent, its wooden horses frozen in mid-gallop. The carousel's platform, roughly 30 feet in diameter, was covered in a thick layer of dust and debris, and the faded paint on the horses was chipped away in many places. What unsettled me most, however, was the almost imperceptible sound, a slow, creaking music box melody that seemed to drift on the breeze. I couldn't tell if it were real or merely a trick of my imagination, but it sent a shiver down my spine. As I continued my exploration, I noticed that the entire carnival exuded an aura of sorrow and decay. The once bright colors of the tents had faded into dull, lifeless hues. One large tent, its fabric torn and patched in several places, measured nearly 40 feet in length and 20 feet in width. Inside, the only sound was the eerie rustling of tattered curtains. Other rides, like the Ferris wheel and bumper cars, loomed in the darkness as hulking silhouettes, their mechanical parts long since seized by rust and neglect. Venturing deeper into the carnival, I entered a narrow passageway between 2 dilapidated food stalls. The passage, about 3 feet wide, was shrouded in shadow and littered with discarded ticket stubs and broken trinkets. Here, my digital recorder picked up faint voices, murmurs that were almost too soft to discern. I paused, heart racing, and listened closely. The whispers seemed to be reciting fragments of a long-forgotten rhyme, with words like sorrow, loss, and eternity intermingled. I pressed on until I reached a large, canvas-covered booth that once housed the carnival's fortune teller. The booth, measuring approximately 10 feet by 8 feet, was partially collapsed, and the torn fabric flapped in the wind like desperate shrouds. Inside, I discovered a clutter of old tarot cards and a crystal ball, both coated in a fine layer of dust. As I brushed off a tarot card depicting the tower, a symbol of sudden, catastrophic change, I heard a sudden crash behind me. Spinning around, I saw a dark figure darting out of the corner of my vision. My pulse quickened as I shone my flashlight in the direction of the movement, but there was nothing there, only the echo of my own racing heartbeat. Determined to document every detail, I scribbled notes in my notebook, my hand trembling as I recounted the uncanny sounds and fleeting images. It was clear that the forgotten carnival of sorrow was not simply abandoned. It was haunted by the remnants of tragic memories and unfulfilled dreams. As midnight approached, a thick fog began to settle over the carnival grounds. The air grew colder by nearly 10 degrees Fahrenheit, and the light from my flashlight seemed to cut through the mist in shorter, more uncertain beams. I felt a sudden compulsion to head toward a secluded section of the carnival that I had noticed earlier, a cluster of tents set apart from the main area. The path to these tents was overgrown and narrow, roughly 5 feet in width, winding through a copse of dead trees whose gnarled branches clawed at the fog. There, hidden by the swirling mist, I found a tent that appeared to be different from the others. This tent, measuring approximately 30 feet by 20 feet, was pitched in a clearing and covered with faded, blood-red canvas. Its entrance was draped with heavy, dark velvet curtains that looked almost impenetrable. A small, rusted sign on the tent's frame, about 1 foot by 2 feet, read, "The Carnival of Lost Souls." The words sent a shiver down my spine, and I knew instinctively that this tent held the heart of the carnival's curse. I hesitated for a moment, then gathered my courage and pushed open the velvet curtain. Inside, the tent was dimly lit by several flickering oil lamps that cast dancing shadows across the floor, which was covered in worn sawdust and scattered remnants of old costumes and props. In the center of the tent stood a small stage, about 15 feet wide and 10 feet deep, adorned with tattered drapes and broken furniture. On the stage, a single, antique music box sat on a pedestal approximately 2 feet tall. Its surface was intricately carved with floral patterns, and when I wound it up, it emitted a haunting, slow melody that filled the tent with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. As I listened to the music, I noticed that the shadows in the tent began to shift and coalesce into shapes, vague, human-like figures that moved gracefully yet sorrowfully along the walls. One figure in particular caught my eye, a young woman in a tattered dress, her face obscured by a veil, who seemed to drift toward the stage with each note of the music. I felt a deep sadness emanating from her, as if she were the embodiment of all the lost souls of the carnival. I edged closer, my heart pounding, and as I approached, the figure paused and turned to face me. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of her eyes, large, luminous, and filled with eternal sorrow. For a moment, I heard her whisper a single word, "Return." The word echoed in my mind as I recalled a faded scrap of paper I had found earlier near one of the game booths. It was a fragment of a letter, written on a torn piece of paper, roughly 8.5 by 11 inches, and it read, "Only by returning the locket can the lost be freed and the curse of sorrow be lifted." I now understood that the carnival's curse was bound to a cherished token, a silver locket that once belonged to a young woman named Evelyn, whose tragic fate had become entwined with the carnival's history. According to local lore, Evelyn had been the heart of the carnival's brightest days, a symbol of hope and joy. But when she vanished under mysterious circumstances on a night when the moon turned blood red, the locket was lost, and her disappearance marked the beginning of the carnival's descent into darkness. My pulse raced as I searched the tent for any sign of the locket. In a dusty corner behind a stack of old costumes, I discovered a small, ornate box made of worn, dark wood, measuring about 6 inches by 4 inches. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a delicate silver locket inscribed with the initials EV. It shone with a faint inner light, and as soon as I touched it, I felt a surge of overwhelming sorrow and longing, as if the very spirit of Evelyn were reaching out through time to implore me to return her locket to its rightful place. I clutched the locket tightly, feeling that it pulsed in time with the melancholic music of the box. The spectral figure in the tent regarded me silently, her gaze heavy with expectation. The air around me seemed to shimmer, and the sound of the music box swelled into a full, haunting melody. I knew what I had to do. Leaving the hidden tent, I retraced my steps through the fog-shrouded carnival grounds. The wind had picked up, and the temperature dropped by another 5 degrees, making the air feel icy and foreboding. My mind raced with thoughts of Evelyn, the locket, and the desperate plea I had heard echoing in the tent. I needed to return the locket to the source of the curse, to the very heart of the carnival, where Evelyn's spirit had once shone brightly. I recalled from the journal I had found near the food booth a passage describing a sacred altar hidden deep within the carnival grounds. The passage, scrawled hastily on a scrap of paper, approximately 8.5 by 11 inches, read, "When the blood moon weeps upon the carnival, seek the altar of sorrow hidden in the grounds. There, return the token of lost hope to restore the light and free the captive souls." Determined to locate this altar, I followed a narrow, overgrown path leading away from the main carnival area. The path, barely 3 feet wide, wound its way through a thicket of dead trees and tangled vines, its surface littered with broken glass and scattered ticket stubs. After what felt like 20 minutes, a distance of roughly 1,200 feet, I arrived at a secluded clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a crude stone structure, roughly 10 feet by 8 feet in size, arranged in a circle. The structure was built from weathered stone blocks about 1.5 feet thick, and at its center lay a flat altar measuring approximately 3 feet by 3 feet. Carved into the altar were symbols identical to those I had seen in the labyrinth of the mansion earlier that night, symbols of sorrow, loss, and redemption. I approached the altar with my heart pounding, the silver locket clutched tightly in my hand. The wind howled around me, carrying with it the faint sound of whispered voices, voices that seemed to implore me to complete this final, desperate act. I placed the locket gently in the center of the altar. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if in response to a long-awaited plea, the symbols on the stone began to glow with a soft, golden light. The ground beneath the altar trembled slightly, and the distant murmur of voices swelled into a clear, harmonious chorus. I could almost see faint, ethereal figures moving in the periphery of my vision, lost souls finally finding solace. The golden light from the altar grew brighter and enveloped the clearing, merging with the silver glow of the locket. I felt a profound warmth surge through me, a sensation of release and redemption, as if the weight of centuries of sorrow were lifting from the very air. The voices, now joined by a single clear whisper, spoke, "Thank you. The curse is lifted." For several long minutes, I stood in that clearing, mesmerized by the interplay of light and shadow, sound and silence. The sense of despair that had clung to the carnival seemed to dissolve, replaced by a fragile hope, a promise that even the deepest curses might be broken by acts of compassion and remembrance. With the ritual complete, I gathered my belongings, the diary, my field recordings, and the precious silver locket now returned to its rightful place, and began the long journey back. I retraced the narrow, overgrown path through the darkened carnival grounds, the mist now thinning as the first hints of dawn began to pierce the night. The oppressive aura that had shrouded the carnival seemed to recede into a distant memory as I emerged from the ghostly sight. I returned to my 2010 Ford F-150, parked about 100 feet from the rusted iron gate, and drove the 30 miles back to Harmony along the winding highway. The early morning sky was painted in soft hues of orange and pink, a stark contrast to the deep, inky black of the night I had endured. Yet, even as the sun rose, I could still feel the lingering echo of whispered voices and the soft strains of the music box, a reminder of the night I had confronted the forgotten sorrow of the carnival. Over the subsequent months, I dedicated myself to piecing together the history of the forgotten carnival of sorrow. I visited local archives, interviewed elderly residents, and even reached out to descendants of those who had once worked at the carnival. What I discovered was a tapestry of joy turned to tragedy. A once vibrant traveling show that had captured the hearts of many until a series of inexplicable disappearances and misfortunes led to its ultimate demise. The loss of Evelyn's locket had become the turning point, a catalyst for a curse that bound the souls of the carnival's performers and patrons to an existence of eternal sorrow. I have since locked all of my field recordings, the diary, and personal notes in a safe, preserving them as a testament to the power of redemption and the enduring legacy of lost hope. Yet, every time I drive down that narrow, winding road on a cold, stormy night, I am reminded of the spectral laughter and mournful whispers of the forgotten carnival. Its ghostly presence remains etched in my memory, a warning that some secrets, no matter how deeply buried, can resurface to change our lives forever. It was a bitter, storm-racked night in early December when I first learned about Blackwater Hotel, a once luxurious establishment now abandoned on the outskirts of a small Midwestern town in Missouri. Locals in the nearby community of Maple Ridge, population approximately 2,300, spoke in hushed tones about strange happenings in the hotel. They said that its long, dark corridors were haunted by restless spirits, and that on nights when the wind howled through broken windows, the sound of ghostly footsteps echoed along the polished marble floors. Intrigued by these tales, and driven by my lifelong fascination with the paranormal, I set out on a journey that would forever alter my understanding of terror. I departed from my home in St. Louis in my trusty 2012 Ford F-150. The route to Maple Ridge was a 40-mile drive along a narrow, two-lane highway, roughly 24 feet wide, with gravel shoulders no wider than 4 feet, that wound its way through farmland and clusters of dense woods. The winter air was piercingly cold, with temperatures hovering around 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and a light snow was already dusting the asphalt as my headlights cut through the early darkness. Every mile I drove brought me closer to Maple Ridge and, unbeknownst to me, closer to Blackwater Hotel, a decaying monument of a bygone era. Upon arriving in Maple Ridge, I learned that Blackwater Hotel sat on the outskirts of town on a 3-acre lot. A faded wooden sign hanging from a rusted iron post about 8 feet tall spelled out Blackwater Hotel in letters that had long since lost their luster. I parked my truck about 200 feet from the hotel, its grand structure looming in the distance against the stormy sky. The hotel itself was an imposing sight. Built in 1925, its once opulent facade now measured roughly 120 feet in length and 70 feet in width, but time and neglect had ravaged its beauty. The exterior walls, made of red brick, were heavily weathered and cracked. Ivy and moss had claimed much of the surface. Tall windows, each around 3 feet by 5 feet, lined the front, many of them shattered or blackened with soot, and a massive, ornate front door, nearly 9 feet tall and reinforced with iron studs, hung slightly ajar as if inviting an unwary guest inside. Swallowing my apprehension, I stepped from the relative warmth of my truck into the frigid air. My breath came out in visible puffs as I approached the front entrance. The heavy door creaked open with a sound that echoed through the night, and I flicked on my 300-lumen flashlight. The beam cut a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating a long, grand foyer that stretched approximately 40 feet by 30 feet. The vaulted ceiling soared nearly 35 feet overhead, and dust motes danced in the pale light filtering through the broken stained glass windows, each about 2 feet by 3 feet. The air was thick with the smell of decaying wood, old smoke, and something metallic, a subtle tang of rust, or perhaps even dried blood. I began my investigation in the foyer, where the polished marble floor was broken into irregular 1-foot square tiles, many of which were cracked or missing. Every footstep echoed ominously in the cavernous space. A grand staircase of dark oak, consisting of 20 creaking steps, each approximately 8 inches high, led upward into what I presumed were the guest floors. Before I ascended, however, I decided to explore the ground floor further. To my left, a long corridor extended for about 50 feet. Ornate wooden doors, each about 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide, lined the hallway, leading to what once must have been lavish dining rooms, parlors, or conference halls. The walls were adorned with faded portraits of distinguished guests and stern-faced managers, their eyes seeming to follow me with silent accusation. As I proceeded slowly, I thought I heard a faint whisper, a sound that might have been the wind, but it felt too deliberate, too mournful to be mere gusts through broken glass. At the corridor's end, I entered what had once been the grand ballroom. The room, measuring nearly 60 feet by 40 feet, had a high ceiling supported by ornate columns, each column about 4 feet in diameter and rising 25 feet from the floor, that were now partially covered in creeping vines and layers of dust. A massive chandelier, once a dazzling centerpiece, hung precariously from the ceiling. Its crystals, measuring roughly 6 inches in diameter each, were shattered, and the remaining fragments scattered on the floor shimmered in the weak light like the remnants of lost dreams. In one corner, an antique grand piano sat silently, its keys yellowed with age. As I moved closer to the piano, I could have sworn I saw a faint reflection in the dusty surface of the polished wood, a shadowy figure gliding behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but found nothing save for the echo of my own racing pulse. Compelled to learn more about the hotel's tragic past, I followed a narrow side corridor that led to what I soon discovered was the hotel's library, a quiet, expansive room measuring about 40 feet by 25 feet. The library's towering bookshelves, some reaching 8 feet in height, were filled with leather-bound volumes and manuscripts whose spines were faded and brittle. I ran my fingers along the shelf and felt the cold, rough texture of ancient paper. In a secluded nook of the library, I found a small, dusty desk. On it lay a leather-bound diary with a cracked clasp and yellowed pages that whispered secrets of days long past. I carefully opened the diary and began reading an entry dated November 3rd, 1942. Tonight, as the wind howls and the storm rages, we are tormented by voices from the beyond. The hotel, our beloved Blackwater, has become a prison for lost souls. Guests have vanished without a trace, and apparitions roam these halls. I fear that our sins, hidden deep within these walls, have awakened something dark and insidious. If these words reach any who might listen, know that we are trapped in an endless night, and the curse of Blackwater shall never be lifted unless the truth is revealed. The words sent shivers down my spine. I pocketed the diary, determined to preserve its secrets, and continued my exploration. As the night deepened and the storm outside intensified, wind now gusting at over 30 miles per hour and rain pelting the windows in sheets, I decided to descend to the hotel's lower level. I retraced my steps back to the grand staircase and climbed the 20 creaking steps to the mezzanine, a level that overlooked both the foyer and a set of closed doors leading to service areas and guest corridors. The corridors on this level were even darker and narrower, stretching for nearly 70 feet, with doorways measuring about 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide. Faded wallpaper, once patterned with elegant designs, was now peeling away in long strips, revealing water-stained plaster beneath. I chose a door at random and found myself in what appeared to be a long-forgotten storage room. The room measured roughly 25 feet by 20 feet and was filled with broken furniture, old trunks, and stacks of yellowed linen. In one corner, I discovered a battered metal safe roughly 2 feet tall and 1.5 feet wide. It was locked, its surface scarred by time and the elements. I pried it open with a set of tools I carried, and inside, I found a collection of old letters and a faded photograph of a young woman whose eyes seemed to hold endless sorrow. The envelope, marked with the initials EB, presumably for Evelyn Blackwater, contained a brief note. The key to our redemption lies within what was taken. Restore the locket, and our souls may finally be free. This note, along with the recurring whispers of the lost, filled me with a sense of grim purpose. It appeared that the curse of Blackwater Hotel was intertwined with the tragic fate of Evelyn, a woman whose locket had been stolen on the night of a blood-red moon, unleashing a malevolence that had haunted the hotel ever since. Determined to discover the location of the missing locket, I returned to the library and reread the diary. Hidden among the diary's frantic scribbles was a clue, a reference to a secret passage behind the portrait of the hotel's founder. I hurried to the main foyer, where a large portrait hung above the grand staircase. The portrait, measuring approximately 5 feet by 4 feet, depicted a dignified man in a tailored suit, his eyes stern and watchful. I examined the frame carefully and discovered a small, barely noticeable latch along the bottom edge, roughly 4 inches in length. With some effort, I pressed the latch, and to my astonishment, a section of the wall slid open, revealing a narrow, dark passage. The hidden passage was a claustrophobic corridor only about 3 feet wide, with a low, arched ceiling barely 7 feet high. The floor was paved with rough concrete slabs, each about 2 feet by 2 feet, and the air inside was damp and heavy with decay. My flashlight's beam, now at 400 lumens, barely penetrated the darkness as I proceeded along the passage for what felt like 100 feet. The walls were lined with cobwebs and covered in cryptic markings that I could not decipher, a language of sorrow and despair. At the end of the passage, I found a heavy wooden door, roughly 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide, with an iron keyhole that seemed to call out for something lost. I fumbled through my pockets and produced a small, rusted key I had found earlier in the storage room. It fit the lock perfectly, and with a creak that sounded like a tortured sigh, the door swung open into a vast subterranean chamber. The chamber was enormous, measuring nearly 50 feet by 40 feet, with a domed ceiling that soared 30 feet overhead. The only light came from my flashlight and the occasional flicker of lightning that seeped through a narrow window near the top of the wall, approximately 2 feet by 3 feet in size. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, about 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, carved with intricate symbols that pulsed with a faint, eerie glow. Resting atop the pedestal was a small, ornate wooden box, approximately 10 inches by 8 inches in size, intricately carved with floral motifs and images of mourning angels. My heart pounded as I approached the pedestal. I recalled the note I had found in the safe, the reference to returning the locket and restoring redemption. With trembling hands, I opened the ornate box. Inside lay a delicate silver locket, its surface engraved with the initials EB in elegant cursive, and a folded parchment with a single, desperate message. Return this token to the portrait of our lost hope, and our souls may find rest. The message resonated deeply within me. It was clear. The locket belonged to Evelyn Blackwater, and its absence had cursed this once grand hotel with endless sorrow. I clutched the locket tightly, feeling its cool metal pulse like a heartbeat. At that moment, the room seemed to tremble with an unseen force, and a low, mournful chant filled the air, a chorus of voices that spoke of loss and redemption, echoing off the stone walls. With the locket in hand, I knew that my final task was to return it to its rightful place. I retraced my steps through the labyrinthine hidden passage until I emerged back in the main foyer of Blackwater Hotel. There, hanging above the grand staircase in the center of the foyer, was a large portrait of Evelyn Blackwater. The portrait, framed in ornate gold and measuring approximately 4 feet by 3 feet, depicted a young woman with eyes full of sorrow and longing. A woman whose beauty had once brightened these halls. But now her eyes were dim and the locket was conspicuously missing. I approached the portrait slowly. The air was heavy with expectation, and for a moment, the silence was broken only by the pounding of my heart. Gently, I opened the back of the portrait's frame and discovered a small, recessed compartment, a perfect spot for the lost heirloom. With trembling hands, I placed the silver locket inside. Almost immediately, the atmosphere in the foyer shifted. A soft, warm light radiated from the portrait, and the oppressive weight that had burdened the hotel for decades seemed to lift. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, as if the very walls were sighing with relief. Thank you. In that instant, I felt as though the souls trapped within Blackwater Hotel were finally released from their torment. The once dismal silence was replaced by a gentle hum, like the murmur of a long-forgotten lullaby. And for a few precious minutes, the hotel seemed to breathe. A soft, exhaled sigh that promised renewal. Though my body trembled from exhaustion and the overwhelming events of the night, I knew I had to leave. I gathered my field recordings, diary, and notes along with the evidence of what had transpired, and retraced my steps through the now quiet corridors of Blackwater Hotel. I descended the grand staircase of 20 creaking steps and emerged back into the chilly November air outside. The storm had abated to a gentle drizzle, and the first hints of dawn were beginning to soften the inky black sky with streaks of pale blue and gray. I drove my 2012 Ford F-150 along the 30-mile highway back to Maple Ridge. The road, slick with rain and scattered with patches of ice, was treacherous, but the soft light of early morning provided a fragile comfort after the horrors I had witnessed. As I drove, I replayed the night's events in my mind, the oppressive corridors, the hidden passageway, the spectral whispers, and the moment of redemption in the master foyer. I knew that what I had experienced at Blackwater Hotel would haunt me for years to come. Yet it also filled me with a quiet hope that even the deepest curses could be broken. In the months that followed, I devoted myself to researching the history of Blackwater Hotel. I scoured local archives, interviewed surviving residents and descendants of those who once worked there, and even consulted with paranormal experts. What I uncovered was a tapestry of tragedy, betrayal, and redemption. The Blackwood family, who had once owned the hotel, had been known for their generosity and charm until a series of events, rumored to involve forbidden love, a betrayal by a trusted friend, and a cursed locket, turned their fortunes to misery. The theft of Evelyn's silver locket on a night when the moon had turned blood red was said to have unleashed a curse that doomed the hotel to eternal sorrow. I compiled my research, along with the diary entries and my field recordings, into a detailed account of that fateful night. I have since secured all of these artifacts in a safe, preserving them as evidence of the power of redemption through remembrance. Still, on nights when the wind howls through the empty halls of Blackwater Hotel, I can hear the soft echo of whispered thanks and feel a comforting warmth that reminds me that even in the darkest places, hope can be restored. Every so often, when I drive along the same narrow, winding highway on a stormy November night, I catch a glimpse of a faded sign at the edge of Maple Ridge, its letters barely legible, Blackwater Hotel. And for a moment, I think I see a soft glow emanating from its broken windows, a quiet promise that the curse has been lifted and the souls once trapped within its walls have finally found peace. I share my story with anyone who will listen, not as a warning of terror, but as a testament to the enduring power of redemption. For in the haunted corridors of Blackwater Hotel, I learned that some curses can only be broken by returning what was once lost, and that even the deepest despair may yield to the light of a compassionate heart. It was a bitter, storm-racked night in early December when I first heard the unnerving legend of the Bleeding Cathedral, a long-abandoned church located on the outskirts of a sleepy town in rural Vermont. Locals in the nearby community of Silverbrook, population approximately 1,800, spoke of the cathedral in hushed, trembling voices, warning that on certain nights the building's walls would weep blood, and the air would fill with the anguished cries of lost souls. Driven by a lifelong obsession with the paranormal, and armed with little more than my 2015 Chevrolet Silverado, a digital recorder, and a notebook, I decided to journey to this forsaken place, unaware that I was about to step into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my days. I departed from my home in Rutland at approximately 6 p.m., navigating a narrow 2-lane highway that spanned nearly 35 miles to Silverbrook. The highway, about 28 feet wide with gravel shoulders roughly 4 feet wide, wound its way through dense stands of maple and pine trees, some towering as high as 80 feet. The cold winter air, hovering around 25 degrees Fahrenheit, bit at my exposed skin, and my windshield was occasionally obscured by tiny flecks of ice and drifting snow. As dusk fell, the highway lights illuminated the frosted road, and I couldn't help but feel that the farther I drove, the more I left behind the safety of modern civilization. After 35 miles of winding, snow-dusted roads, I finally arrived in Silverbrook, a quaint town where the past clung to every weathered storefront and overgrown yard. At the town's edge, I spotted a faded wooden sign on a rusty iron post that read, "Welcome to Silverbrook," standing approximately 6 feet tall and barely legible after decades of neglect. I parked my Silverado about 300 feet from the town center, and after a brief stop at a small diner for a hot cup of coffee, set off once again toward the outskirts where the Bleeding Cathedral was said to lie. Local lore placed the Bleeding Cathedral on a 5-acre parcel at the edge of an old cemetery outside Silverbrook. The route from town to the cathedral was a narrow, unpaved road, roughly 20 feet wide, that meandered for about 4 miles through dense woods and over gently rolling hills. I drove slowly, the headlights of my Silverado cutting through the thick, white mist that blanketed the landscape. Occasional bursts of light from my truck's high beams revealed gnarled branches and frost-covered shrubs, as well as the occasional animal scurrying across the road. After 4 miles, I reached a weathered iron gate, standing about 7 feet tall and rusted to a deep, mottled brown. The gate creaked as I pushed it open and followed a gravel driveway approximately 400 feet long that led to the property. Beyond the gate loomed the Bleeding Cathedral, its silhouette stark against the pitch-black sky. The building itself measured roughly 150 feet in length and 80 feet in width, with soaring stained glass windows, many broken or missing, and a once grand spire that now jutted unevenly into the clouds. The structure's stone facade, once a pristine white, was now stained red in patches by what locals called the blood, and ivy clung to every crack as if trying to hold the building together against the relentless march of time. With a mix of dread and determination, I parked my Silverado about 100 feet from the gate and approached the entrance on foot. The heavy wooden door of the cathedral, approximately 10 feet tall and reinforced with iron bands, hung slightly ajar. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, its creak echoing down the long, deserted hall. My 350 lumen flashlight beam cut through the darkness inside, revealing a vast foyer approximately 50 feet by 40 feet, with a vaulted ceiling that soared nearly 40 feet above me. Dust motes danced in the sparse light, and the air was heavy with the musty scent of decay, old incense, and a subtle metallic tang that I couldn't quite place, almost as if the walls themselves were bleeding. The marble floor, composed of irregular 1-foot square slabs, was cracked and stained, and every step I took reverberated in the oppressive silence. I activated my digital recorder, its red light blinking softly, and began to document my every impression. I decided to explore the cathedral's main hall first. The long central aisle stretched for roughly 70 feet from the foyer to a raised altar at the far end. On either side of the aisle, tall pews, each approximately 8 feet long and carved from dark, polished wood, lined the passage, their surfaces covered in layers of dust and cobwebs. Faded murals on the walls, some as large as 5 feet by 4 feet, depicted angelic figures and scenes of divine grace. But in the gloom, they took on a more sinister aspect. Faces twisted in sorrow and eyes that seemed to weep crimson tears. I could almost hear soft weeping emanating from the walls, a lament of souls long trapped in sorrow. At the far end of the hall, the altar dominated the space. It was a massive stone structure, approximately 12 feet wide and 8 feet tall, intricately carved with symbols and figures that I could not decipher. Above the altar hung an enormous stained glass window, roughly 8 feet by 10 feet in size, though most of its panels were shattered or missing. I noticed that in the dim light, red stains seemed to seep slowly down the stone wall behind the altar, as if the very structure were bleeding. I stepped closer, and as I did, I distinctly heard the sound of soft, rhythmic tapping, a noise that sounded like footsteps echoing on stone. I spun around, but there was no one there. My heart pounded as the tapping grew louder, accompanied by a low murmur that sounded like voices whispering ancient secrets. The oppressive atmosphere weighed on me, and I knew that something beyond the natural was at work here. Compelled by an unexplainable urge to uncover more of the cathedral's secrets, I retraced my steps back to the foyer and then ventured into a side passage leading to what I later learned was once the cathedral's library. The door to the library was an arched portal about 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide, its surface carved with motifs of scrolls and quills. I pushed the door open to reveal a narrow room approximately 40 feet by 25 feet, lined with tall bookshelves that reached nearly 10 feet in height. The shelves were filled with leather-bound volumes and ancient manuscripts, their spines cracked with age and dust. I ran my fingers along the shelves and shivered as I brushed against a particularly cold, worn volume. In one secluded corner of the library, I discovered a heavy oak desk measuring roughly 4 feet by 2.5 feet. On the desk lay a large leather-bound diary with pages yellowed to a deep, sorrowful amber. I carefully opened it and began reading an entry dated November 12, 1872. Tonight, the cathedral weeps. The walls bleed with the tears of the forsaken, and the voices of the dead echo through our halls. We have sinned, and our sins are etched into every stone of this sacred place. If these words endure, let them be a warning. The curse of the bleeding cathedral shall never be lifted until we return what was taken, the locket of our lost angel, Evelyn. The diary spoke of a young woman named Evelyn, a radiant soul whose presence had once graced the cathedral. According to the diary, Evelyn had been the cherished daughter of a devout family, and her silver locket, a symbol of hope and redemption, had been stolen on the night of a blood-red moon. Its loss had brought upon the cathedral a curse of eternal sorrow, causing the building to weep and the trapped souls to wail in endless mourning. I carefully tucked the diary into my jacket and continued exploring the library. I found more references to Evelyn in the locket in scattered letters and faded newspaper clippings pinned to the wall. One particularly fragile clipping, measuring about 8.5 by 11 inches, recounted the tragic disappearance of Evelyn on a stormy night when the moon had turned a deep, ominous red. It seemed that the locket had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only despair and a creeping darkness that slowly overtook the cathedral. Determined to break the curse and perhaps restore the light to this haunted place, I knew I had to find the missing locket. The diary hinted that it might be hidden in the catacombs beneath the cathedral, the domain of the long-forgotten souls. I retraced my steps back to the main foyer, where a narrow, nearly invisible door was concealed behind a heavy tapestry. The door measured about 2.5 feet wide and 7 feet tall. With some effort, I pulled it open, revealing a dark, narrow staircase that descended into the bowels of the building. The staircase comprised 18 creaking steps, each roughly 8 inches high, and as I descended, the air grew colder and thicker with the scent of damp earth and decay. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a vast catacomb that stretched out over nearly 100 feet by 50 feet. The low ceiling, only about 8 feet high, was supported by ancient stone arches, and the floor was paved with uneven, roughly 2-foot square slabs. The catacomb was lined with countless tombs and niches, their stone markers inscribed with names and dates that blurred into obscurity. Flickering my flashlight, I noticed that some of the tombs had been disturbed, their lids askew and the contents of a few missing. It was here, among the silent, sorrowful dead, that I sensed the presence of something otherworldly. I wandered through the labyrinthine passages, the only sounds my labored breathing and the distant drip of water echoing off the stone walls. In one narrow corridor, approximately 30 feet long and only 3 feet wide, I saw something glimmering in the dim light. Bending down, I discovered a small, ornate box made of dark wood and measuring about 6 inches by 4 inches. With trembling hands, I opened the box to reveal a delicate silver locket, still inscribed with the initials EV. It shone with an almost imperceptible inner light, as if it held within it the very essence of hope and sorrow. I could feel a powerful pull, a sense that this was the very token the diary had spoken of, the key to breaking the curse that had plagued the bleeding cathedral for over a century. As soon as I cradled the locket in my hand, the atmosphere in the catacombs shifted. A low, sorrowful murmur began to rise, as if the very walls were whispering secrets of ages past. Faint shadows moved along the periphery of my vision, and for a moment I was overcome by a deep sense of loss and longing. I could almost hear the soft, plaintive voice of a young woman calling out, "Return me home." The words were indistinct, yet filled with undeniable sadness. I knew then that my next step was to return the locket to its rightful place within the cathedral, a place where it could restore balance and free the souls that had been chained to this cursed edifice. Re-emerging from the catacombs, I hurried back up the narrow staircase and into the grand foyer. The atmosphere was still heavy with grief, but there was now a faint glimmer of hope in the air. Recalling a passage from the diary, I made my way toward the master bedroom, where a large portrait of Evelyn Blackwood still hung above an intricately carved wooden mantel. The portrait, measuring about 4 feet by 3 feet, depicted a young woman with eyes full of tender sorrow. I noticed that the frame had a small recess on the back, a hidden compartment that seemed designed to hold a treasured keepsake. With the locket clutched tightly in my hand, I ascended the grand staircase of 22 dark oak steps, each echoing with the sound of my resolve. The corridor on the second floor stretched for 70 feet, its closed doors a silent testament to the secrets within. I chose the door leading to the master bedroom, a heavy wooden door about 6 feet tall, and entered. The room was vast, approximately 35 feet by 30 feet, and bathed in the dim glow of the early moonlight streaming through a large window. The atmosphere was thick with a mixture of nostalgia and sorrow, as though the room itself remembered the vibrant life that once filled it. Standing before the portrait of Evelyn, I slowly opened the hidden compartment on the back of the frame. My heart pounded as I placed the silver locket into the recess. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if a long-forgotten mechanism had been set into motion, the entire room began to tremble ever so slightly. The portrait's eyes seemed to brighten, and a soft, warm light emanated from the frame, casting gentle shadows on the walls. I felt a profound surge of emotion, a deep sense of release, as if the burden of generations of sorrow were lifting from the very air. A whisper, almost imperceptible yet filled with heartfelt gratitude, drifted through the room. "Thank you. Our souls are free." I stood there for what felt like an eternity, overwhelmed by the sensation that something truly miraculous had occurred. The oppressive curse that had once weighed so heavily on the bleeding cathedral was now being lifted, replaced by a quiet promise of redemption. In that moment, the cold, biting air of the night seemed to warm slightly, and the distant sound of soft, angelic music, perhaps the final echo of a long-forgotten hymn, filled the space. Though my body was exhausted and my mind reeling from the night's terrifying events, I knew it was time to leave. I gathered my field recordings, the diary, and my notebook, ensuring that every piece of evidence from Blackwater Hotel and the cathedral was safely secured. I then retraced my steps, descending the grand staircase, 22 creaking steps at 8 inches each, back into the now quiet corridors of the hotel. The once haunted halls had taken on a muted calm, as if the spirits of the past were finally at peace. I emerged from the bleeding cathedral into the cold pre-dawn light outside. The storm had eased into a gentle drizzle, and the sky was just beginning to lighten with shades of deep blue and soft gray. I walked the 150-foot distance from the cathedral to the rusted iron gate, where I once again paused to look back. In the distance, the silhouette of the bleeding cathedral stood proud against the early morning sky, its once dark windows now faintly aglow with a serene, welcoming light. I climbed into my 2015 Chevrolet Silverado and drove the 40 miles back to Silverbrook along the narrow, frost-covered highway. The road, about 24 feet wide with gravel shoulders 4 feet wide, was slick but passable in the gentle drizzle. As I drove, I replayed the events of the night in my mind, the oppressive corridors, the spectral whispers, the hidden catacombs, and the bittersweet moment of redemption in the master bedroom. I realized that, although the curse had been lifted for now, the echoes of the past would forever linger in my soul. In the months that followed, I devoted myself to researching the tragic history of the Bleeding Cathedral and the Blackwood family. I visited local archives in Silverbrook, where I pored over old newspaper clippings and handwritten records dating back to the late 1800s. I discovered that the Blackwood family had once been the heart and soul of the community, a family renowned for their charity and piety until a series of mysterious misfortunes struck. It was said that on the night of a blood-red moon, a betrayal had occurred. A treasured silver locket belonging to young Evelyn had been stolen by a trusted servant. That single act had unleashed a curse upon the family, and by extension, upon the grand cathedral they had built as a testament to their faith. The locket, a symbol of hope and unity, had been lost to the shadows, and with it, the light of their legacy had dimmed into eternal sorrow. I interviewed several elderly residents of Silverbrook who still remembered the old legend. They spoke of strange lights flickering in the cathedral's broken windows, and of ghostly figures seen wandering its halls. One man, who had been a bell ringer at the cathedral in his youth, recounted a tale of hearing the toll of a bell in the dead of night. A bell that no longer existed, but whose sound still echoed with the voices of the damned. These stories, though shrouded in time and mysteries, confirmed that the curse was as real as the crumbling stones and splintered wood of the bleeding cathedral. I compiled my findings along with my field recordings, the diary, and my personal notes, and I have since secured them in a safe. They serve as both a testament to the power of redemption through remembrance and as a stark warning to those who might be tempted to disturb the balance between light and darkness. Every so often, when I drive along the narrow, frost-bitten highways of rural Vermont, I catch a glimpse of a faded sign at the edge of Silverbrook that reads, Bleeding Cathedral. For a fleeting moment, I imagine a soft glow emanating from the broken windows of that haunted edifice, and I can almost hear the gentle toll of a long-lost bell, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, redemption can be found if one has the courage to confront the darkness and restore what was once lost. I share my story with anyone who will listen, not as a tale of terror alone, but as a beacon of hope, a reminder that sometimes the only way to lift a curse is to face the shadows head on, to journey into the forgotten depths of our past, and to return the tokens of lost hope to their rightful place. For we're in the bleeding cathedral of midnight, where the echoes of sorrow once threatened to engulf the light. I learned that even the deepest wounds can be healed, and even the most haunted places can find peace. It was a bitter November night when I first caught wind of the legend of the Iron Mill of Desolation, a long-abandoned industrial relic tucked away in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains in eastern Kentucky. Locals in the nearby town of Westford, population approximately once 800, spoke in hushed, trembling tones about the mill's cursed history, the mysterious disappearances, and the inexplicable phenomena that plagued its rotting walls. They claimed that on certain nights, when the wind howled like a banshee through the dense, fog-shrouded forest, the iron mill would come alive with the tormented echoes of its former workers. Intrigued and terrified, I decided to investigate this forsaken place, a decision that would plunge me into a nightmare I still struggle to shake. I left Westford at dusk in my trusty 2014 Ford F-150, its headlights cutting through the twilight as I followed a narrow, winding road stretching roughly 18 miles into the wild. The highway was about 26 feet wide, with gravel shoulders measuring no more than 4 feet on each side. Tall hemlock and oak trees, some reaching heights of 80 feet, lined the route, their gnarled branches brushing against the truck as a brisk wind swept through. The temperature hovered around 30 degrees at Fahrenheit, and a steady drizzle mixed with occasional gusts made the asphalt slick and dangerous. Every mile drew me further from the warmth and safety of civilization and closer to a realm where legends are born. After nearly 18 miles, I finally reached a clearing at the edge of an ancient forest. There, almost hidden by overgrown brush, stood the Iron Mill of Desolation. The imposing structure spanned roughly 150 feet in length and 90 feet in width, its once proud red brick walls now blackened by soot and time. A large, rusted iron sign, approximately 4 feet by 6 feet, hung crookedly above the entrance, its faded letters reading simply, Iron Mill. I parked my truck about 150 feet from the dilapidated complex and stepped out, my breath immediately forming white puffs in the chill November air. The area around the mill was eerily silent, except for the persistent sound of the wind. I walked along a gravel path, roughly 200 feet long, which led to a massive arched iron gate. The gate, standing about 8 feet tall and pitted with rust, creaked mournfully as I pushed it open. Beyond the gate lay the mill compound, a sprawling area covering nearly 3 acres, littered with broken machinery, scattered debris, and weeds that had reclaimed the once meticulously maintained ground. Approaching the mill's main entrance, a heavy wooden door approximately 9 feet tall and reinforced with rusted metal bands, I hesitated. There was something profoundly unsettling about the place, as if the very air was saturated with the sorrows of the past. I grasped my 350 lumen flashlight and stepped inside. The interior of the mill was a cavernous space, roughly 200 feet in total length. The central hall, measuring about 60 feet wide and with ceilings that soared nearly 40 feet above, was filled with the stench of decay and old machinery oil. Rusted iron beams crisscrossed overhead, and large broken windows, each about 3 feet by 5 feet, allowed the cold, pale moonlight to stream in, casting long, ominous shadows across the floor. Every step I took echoed in the vast emptiness. I began my exploration along the central corridor, passing by rows of abandoned equipment. Massive gears, some nearly 6 feet in diameter, lay scattered amid twisted metal and debris. In one corner, I discovered a row of old, rusted lockers, each measuring roughly 2 feet by 1 foot by 1.5 feet, that once held the personal belongings of the mill workers. Their doors hung ajar, and I could almost imagine the desperate clatter of voices and footsteps echoing through these halls during the mill's heyday. At the far end of the corridor, I found a large, iron-bound door. It appeared to lead to the mill's powerhouse, a room that local legends claimed was the epicenter of the mill's mysterious phenomenon. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open. It creaked open to reveal a small, dimly lit room measuring about 20 feet by 15 feet. In the center stood a massive steam engine, its pistons and gears frozen in time. The machinery was covered in a thick layer of dust and grime, and the air around it felt colder, as if the engine had absorbed the very chill of the night. I shone my flashlight on the engine, and in the faint light, I noticed something odd. Faint, almost imperceptible markings on the metal surfaces, like long-forgotten signatures or cryptic symbols. They measured roughly 2 to 3 inches across and seemed to pulse with a subtle, eerie glow. I recorded the sight with my digital recorder, though I wasn't sure what to make of them. A low, persistent hum, almost like distant chanting, began to reverberate through the room. I paused, straining to listen, but the sound quickly faded into an eerie silence. Leaving the powerhouse, I ventured into what appeared to be a storage area off the main corridor, a room measuring approximately 30 feet by 20 feet, filled with old crates, broken tools, and scattered pieces of machinery. As I rummaged through the clutter, I found an old leather-bound journal wedged behind a rusted filing cabinet. Its cover was cracked, and the pages inside were yellowed with age. I flipped through the journal and discovered a series of frantic entries dating back to the early 1900s. One entry, dated October 31st, 1912, sent chills down my spine. Tonight, the mill is alive with voices not our own. Shadows dance in the corners of every room, and the very walls cry out in sorrow. We have angered forces beyond mortal ken. If this journal endures, may it serve as a warning. The curse of the iron mill of desolation is real, and it hungers for the souls of the lost. The words, scrawled in a shaky hand, spoke of an ancient curse and mysterious occurrences that had plagued the mill for years. I carefully pocketed the journal, determined to preserve its testimony, and continued my investigation. As the night deepened, an inexplicable force compelled me to search for more hidden secrets. I recalled that local legends mentioned secret passageways beneath the mill, tunnels where the curse was said to have taken root. In a back corner of the main hall, I discovered a narrow door partially concealed by a stack of old crates. The door, measuring about 2.5 feet wide and 7 feet tall, was nearly invisible in the dim light. I pushed it open and found a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Clutching my flashlight, now set to a maximum output of 400 lumens, I descended 18 creaking steps, each approximately 7 inches high, into the bowels of the mill. The air grew colder with each step, the damp scent of earth and decay mingling with the metallic tang that already clung to the place. I emerged into a vast subterranean chamber, measuring roughly 50 feet by 40 feet. The chamber was dimly lit by my flashlight and intermittent shafts of moonlight that seeped through cracks in the concrete ceiling. The walls were lined with old, weathered bricks, and the floor was uneven, composed of roughly 2 foot by 2 foot concrete slabs. Here, the oppressive silence was punctuated only by the occasional drip of water and the soft echo of my footsteps. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, about 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, covered in cryptic symbols etched deep into the stone. The symbols, each roughly 2 inches in diameter, pulsed with an otherworldly glow that seemed to vibrate in time with my own heartbeat. On the pedestal rested an ornate wooden box, approximately 10 inches by 8 inches in size, intricately carved with swirling designs and motifs of sorrow. With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a delicate silver locket. Its surface was etched with the initials EV in elegant, flowing script, and it shone with a mysterious inner light. As I lifted the locket from the box, a sudden chill swept over the chamber. The low hum of distant chanting, now unmistakably clear, filled the air. Faint whispers echoed around me, speaking words I could not quite decipher, but which seemed to beg for redemption. I realized with a jolt that this locket was the key mentioned in the diary, a token of a young woman named Evelyn, whose untimely disappearance on a blood-red moon had unleashed a terrible curse upon the mill. Determined to break the curse, I resolved to return the locket to its rightful place, a hidden niche in the heart of the mill where, according to the journal, the original owner had once placed it as a symbol of hope and unity. I retraced my steps back through the narrow staircase and emerged once again into the main hall of the mill. The oppressive atmosphere still lingered, but now, armed with the silver locket and the haunting words of the journal, I felt a surge of resolve. I recalled a passage from the diary that described a secret compartment behind a portrait in the owner's office. The office was located on the east wing of the mill, a room about 25 feet by 20 feet that had once been the domain of the mill's founder. I navigated through a labyrinth of corridors, each corridor roughly 50 feet long and lined with dilapidated wooden doors, and eventually reached the office. There, a large portrait of the founder, measuring about 5 feet by 4 feet, hung above an imposing mahogany desk. I examined the frame carefully and discovered a small, concealed latch at the bottom edge, about 4 inches in length. With trembling fingers, I pressed the latch, and a hidden compartment slid open, revealing a small recess perfectly sized for a locket. My heart pounding, I inserted the silver locket into the recess. For a few long, tense moments, nothing seemed to happen. Then, as if a long dormant mechanism had been activated, the room was bathed in a soft, golden light. The air around me shifted, and I heard the faint, grateful whisper of 1,000 voices rising in unison. "Thank you, our sorrow is eased." At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the weight of centuries of grief had been lifted from the mill. The oppressive energy that had suffocated the building began to dissipate, replaced by a serene stillness that promised redemption. I recorded every moment on my digital recorder, knowing that I was witnessing something truly miraculous. I spent the remainder of the night wandering through the mill, noting the subtle changes in the atmosphere. The haunted corridors, once filled with the eerie creaks of ghostly footsteps, now echoed only with a gentle hush. The oppressive silence that had seemed to press in from every corner was slowly giving way to a feeling of calm. Though I could still hear the distant murmur of voices, whispers that seemed to celebrate the restoration of a lost hope, they were no longer filled with malice, only a bittersweet gratitude. Before dawn, I carefully retraced my steps back to the entrance. I climbed the 18 creaking steps from the subterranean chamber and emerged into the chilly night outside. The storm had abated to a soft drizzle, and the first hints of dawn painted the horizon in pale blues and grays. I walked the 150 feet from the rusted iron gate to my truck, every crunch of gravel a reminder of the ordeal I had endured. I drove my 2014 Ford F-150 the remaining 18 miles back to Westford along the narrow, frost-covered highway. The road, about 26 feet wide with 4-foot gravel shoulders, was slick but navigable in the gentle drizzle. As I drove, I replayed the night's events in my mind. The oppressive corridors of the mill, the hidden labyrinth beneath its foundations, the spectral chants, and finally, the moment of redemption in the owner's office. I knew that what I had witnessed at the iron mill of desolation would haunt me for years to come, yet it also filled me with a cautious hope that even the darkest curses can be broken by acts of remembrance and reparation. In the months that followed, I dedicated myself to researching the grim history of the mill. I visited local archives in Westford and pored over old newspaper clippings and handwritten records dating back to the early 1900s. What I uncovered was a tapestry of ambition, tragedy, and despair. The mill had been the lifeblood of the community, a symbol of industrial progress, until a series of unexplained accidents and disappearances had cast a pall over its operations. The loss of Evelyn Blackwood's silver locket, an heirloom cherished by the Blackwood family, was said to be the catalyst that unleashed a curse upon the mill. According to several accounts, Evelyn had been a beacon of hope and compassion, and her locket was a symbol of the unity that once held the community together. Its theft had not only severed that bond, but had awakened an ancient malice that would haunt the mill for generations. I spoke with a few elderly residents of Westford who remembered the mill in its heyday, their eyes filled with a mix of nostalgia and sorrow as they recounted tales of the long-abandoned factory, the laughter of workers, and the sudden, inexplicable tragedy that had struck one fateful night when the moon had turned blood red. These stories, though fragmented and tinged with myth, confirmed the dark legacy that I had witnessed firsthand. I compiled my field recordings, the diary, and my personal notes into a detailed account of my experience at the Iron Mill of Desolation. I have since secured all of this evidence in a safe, preserving it as a testament to the power of redemption and the enduring legacy of those who suffer in silence. Every time I drive along the narrow, winding roads of rural Kentucky, past the outskirts of Westford, I feel the lingering presence of the mill, a reminder that some curses, though seemingly lifted, never truly disappear from the shadows of our world. There are nights when the wind howls a little louder and the trees whisper secrets too ancient to fathom, that I awake with the sound of distant, ghostly chants echoing in my ears. I sometimes wonder if the souls of the lost workers of the mill and the sorrow of Evelyn Blackwood have finally found peace, or if their restless echoes will one day stir anew in the dark corridors of the Iron Mill of Desolation. I share my story with anyone willing to listen, not only as a warning of the dangers that lurk in forgotten places, but as a testament to the power of confronting our darkest histories. For in the depths of despair, even a single act of redemption, a returned heirloom, a mended bond, can set free the anguished spirits of the past and restore hope to a world that has long forgotten how to dream. It was a bitterly cold night in mid-December when I first heard the legend of the Crypt of Forgotten Souls, a cursed burial site hidden deep in the misty hollows of rural Pennsylvania. Locals in the small town of Millersburg, population approximately 1 to 100, whispered of a labyrinth crypt beneath an ancient cemetery where the tormented spirits of the long dead were doomed to wander for eternity. They said that on certain nights when the wind howled and the temperature dipped near 20 degrees Fahrenheit, the ground would tremble and the cries of the lost would echo across the field. Intrigued by the tale and driven by an insatiable curiosity about the paranormal, I decided to investigate this accursed place, a decision that would plunge me into a night of horror beyond my wildest nightmares. I left my home in Harrisburg in my reliable 2013 Ford F-150 at approximately 6 p.m. The drive to Millersburg was a 45-mile journey along a narrow, 2-lane highway, about 26 feet wide, with gravel shoulders roughly 4 feet wide. The highway snaked through rolling farmland and dense woodland. As dusk fell, the low winter sun painted the sky in deep purples and fiery oranges, and frost began to form on the edges of my windshield. By the time I reached Millersburg, the temperature had dropped to around 25 degrees Fahrenheit, and a light dusting of snow blanketed the roadside. The quaint town, with its century-old brick buildings and faded storefronts, felt frozen in time, a perfect precursor to the horrors that awaited. After a brief stop at a small diner to grab a hot cup of coffee and gather local lore, I learned that the Crypt of Forgotten Souls lay on the outskirts of town, hidden beneath the old Millersburg Cemetery. I parked my truck near the cemetery's wrought iron gate, which stood about 7 feet tall and was nearly swallowed by creeping ivy. The sign above the gate, measuring approximately 3 feet by 4 feet, read Millersburg Cemetery, 1852, its letters worn smooth by the passage of time. I stepped out into the biting cold, my breath forming puffs of white vapor as I approached the gate. With a push, the gate creaked open, its hinges protesting loudly in the quiet night. I walked along a narrow gravel path, about 200 feet long, that led between rows of weathered tombstones and leaning, moss-covered statues. The cemetery was eerily silent, except for the crunch of my boots on the frost-covered gravel and the distant call of an owl. Shadows danced between the crooked trees that rose to heights of 40 to 50 feet, their branches scratching the starless sky. Toward the rear of the cemetery, I discovered an area that seemed even older, with tombstones of irregular shapes and names nearly eroded away. An unsettling energy pervaded the air, a heaviness that pressed against my chest. Near the back, I found an ancient mausoleum constructed of dark, weathered granite. The structure measured roughly 25 feet in length and 15 feet in width, with a domed roof that had partially collapsed. Local legends said that the mausoleum was the gateway to the crypt, a subterranean labyrinth where the restless dead wandered. I hesitated only a moment before deciding to enter. The mausoleum's heavy oak door, nearly 8 feet tall and banded with rusted iron, swung open with a groan that seemed to echo from the depths of time. Inside, the dim light from my 400-lumen flashlight revealed a narrow passage leading downward. I took a deep breath and began my descent along a crumbling stone staircase consisting of 20 steps, each approximately 8 inches high. The further down I went, the colder and damper the air became, filled with the pungent scent of earth and decay. At the bottom of the stairs, I emerged into a vast underground chamber that measured roughly 50 feet by 40 feet, with a low vaulted ceiling only about 8 feet high. The chamber's floor was paved with uneven stone slabs, each approximately 2 feet by 2 feet, and the walls were lined with niches and recesses holding shattered remnants of old relics, rusted caskets, cracked urns, and fragments of crumbling gravestones. My flashlight's beam cut narrow paths through the oppressive darkness, revealing the spectral shimmer of something that moved along the edges of my vision. It was in this cavernous space that I first heard it, a low, mournful chant, barely audible above the sound of dripping water echoing from the stone walls. The chant seemed to emanate from all around me, as if the very chamber were alive with the sorrowful voices of the damned. I clutched my digital recorder tightly, its red recording light blinking as I attempted to capture the eerie sound. The voices were indistinct, overlapping in a language I could not decipher, yet their tone was unmistakably one of anguish and despair. I cautiously began to explore the underground maze, a narrow corridor, roughly 3 feet wide and extending for nearly 60 feet, branched off from the main chamber. The corridor was lined with old, flaking plaster and strewn with debris, small fragments of stone and bits of rusted metal. The further I ventured into the passage, the more intense the oppressive atmosphere became. Every so often, I glimpsed shapes shifting at the periphery of my light, ghostly figures that vanished as soon as I tried to focus on them. After about 60 feet, the corridor opened into another large chamber, measuring approximately 40 feet by 35 feet. Here, the ceiling was higher, about 12 feet, and the walls were covered in cryptic symbols etched deeply into the stone, each symbol about 2 inches in diameter. These markings pulsed with a faint, unearthly glow that seemed to synchronize with the rhythmic chanting. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, roughly 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, upon which rested an ornate wooden box measuring 10 inches by 8 inches. The box was intricately carved with images of angels and breathing figures, and as I approached it, I felt an almost tangible pull, as if it contained a key to breaking the ancient curse. With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver locket, its surface etched with the initials EV in an elegant, flowing script. The locket was about 2 inches in diameter, and despite the years, shone with a mysterious inner light. Instantly, I felt a wave of sorrow and longing wash over me, as if the spirit of a long-forgotten soul was reaching out. The diary I had read earlier, found in a small study back in the hotel that I had once visited in another part of my paranormal research, mentioned a young woman named Evelyn, a beacon of hope whose untimely disappearance had unleashed an unspeakable curse upon those who dared disturb her resting place. I knew in that moment that this locket was the lost token, the key to restoring balance and easing the suffering of the trapped souls. Determined to free these souls from their eternal torment, I recalled a passage from the diary that detailed a ritual of redemption, a way to lift the curse by returning the token to its proper place. The instructions were etched in a shaky hand on a yellowed page. At the stroke of midnight, when the veil between the living and the dead is thinnest, return the locket to the memorial niche of Evelyn's grave. Only then shall the voices be silenced and our souls find peace. My heart pounded as I considered the implications. The diary had described a small section of the cemetery above ground, an area near the mausoleum where Evelyn's grave was said to lie. I retraced my steps back through the labyrinth, each narrow corridor an echoing chamber, a reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. The low chanting receded into a distant murmur as I emerged back into the ancient mausoleum, its cool stone walls and crumbling inscriptions, bearing silent witness to centuries of sorrow. Clutching the silver locket, I ascended the stone staircase once more. Each of the 20 creaking steps, each approximately 8 inches high, felt like an eternity as I climbed back into the main cemetery. The cold air hit me immediately, a sharp contrast to the dank, heavy atmosphere of the crypt. I emerged into the open, the frosty night illuminated by a weak crescent moon that cast long, eerie shadows over the tombstones. I hurried to the section of the cemetery that locals said was dedicated to the Blackwood family, the family that had once revered Evelyn as their angel of hope. The graveyard here was a tangle of crooked headstones and crumbling monuments, many standing no more than 3 or 4 feet tall. Among them, I found a modest stone marker bearing the inscription, Evelyn Blackwood, beloved daughter, 1878-1899. The marker, roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, had a small recessed niche at its base that looked like it had once held a treasured keepsake. With my hands shaking, I gently pressed the silver locket into the niche. For a few agonizing seconds, nothing happened. Then a soft, almost imperceptible glow began to emanate from the niche, growing steadily until the entire marker was bathed in a warm, golden light. I could hear a faint, harmonious hum, like the gentle lullaby of the wind, as if the spirits themselves were exhaling a sigh of relief. The oppressive weight that had clung to the crypt in the cemetery seemed to lift, replaced by a serene calm that spread slowly over the graveyard. I stood there for a long moment, absorbing the bittersweet sound of release, a chorus of whispered thanks as the voices of the forgotten finally at peace. I recorded the moment on my digital recorder, the soft hum captured in clear, resonant tones that seemed to speak of redemption and hope. With the ritual complete, I retraced my steps back to the mausoleum and then slowly made my way out of the cemetery. The chill of the night was still palpable, and my breath came out in visible puffs as I walked the 150-foot distance from the cemetery gate to my truck. I climbed into my 2013 Ford F-150 and began the 45-mile drive back to Harrisburg. The highway, still slick from the drizzle and dusted with snow, stretched out before me like a ribbon of solitude. Every so often, I glanced in the rearview mirror and felt a fleeting chill, as if the echoes of that night were following me home. As the first light of dawn began to break through the darkness, painting the sky in soft hues of blue and pink, I couldn't help but replay the events of the night in my mind. The oppressive corridors of the crypt, the mournful chanting, the hidden labyrinth of stone, and ultimately, the moment of redemption as the silver locket was returned to Evelyn's grave. All of it was etched indelibly in my memory. In the months that followed, I dedicated myself to researching the tragic history of the Blackwood family and the curse that had befallen them. I visited local archives in Millersburg, scoured old newspaper clippings, and interviewed a handful of elderly residents who still remember the stories of a young woman named Evelyn, a beacon of beauty and hope whose life was cut tragically short. Her locket, it turned out, had been a symbol of unity and love for the family, and its loss had marked the beginning of a series of misfortunes that eventually led to the haunting of the entire cemetery and the crypt beneath. One particularly aged gentleman, who had once been a groundskeeper at the cemetery, told me that on the night of a blood-red moon in 1899, Evelyn had vanished without a trace after a heated argument with a trusted servant. Rumor had it that the servant, overcome by jealousy and greed, had stolen her silver locket and hidden it away. In the days that followed, Strange accidents began to occur at the mill, and the once peaceful cemetery became a place of sorrow and despair. His tale, like so many others, confirmed that the curse was real, and that only by returning the locket could the restless souls finally be freed. I compiled my research, the diaries, and the recordings into a detailed account of my journey, which I have since secured in a safe as evidence of that fateful night. Every time I pass through rural Pennsylvania on cold, misty evenings, I am reminded of the spectral voices and the bittersweet promise of redemption. The memory of Evelyn's final whisper, "Return me home," lingers in my mind, a testament to the idea that even the deepest curses may be lifted when we confront our past and honor the lost. There are nights when the wind is high and the mist drapes over the land like a shroud that I awaken to the faint sound of a gentle hum, a soft, celestial lullaby that seems to emanate from somewhere beyond the veil. I sometimes wonder if, deep in the recesses of the crypt, the souls of the Blackwood family have finally found peace, their suffering laid to rest by a single act of compassion. The silver locket remains in Evelyn's grave, a silent reminder that some relics of lost hope hold the power to mend even the most fractured of legacies. I share this tale not merely as a story of terror, but as a beacon of hope. For in the darkest depths of despair, when the shadows seem impenetrable and the voices of the past cry out in sorrow, there lies the possibility of redemption. Sometimes, the key to breaking a curse is not in the banishment of darkness, but in the simple, profound act of returning what was once lost. It was a bitter December night when I first heard the legend of Ironwood Asylum, a long-abandoned, once-feared institution nestled deep in rural Ohio, rumored to be cursed by an ancient malevolence. Locals in nearby Millville, population approximately 1,500, spoke in hushed, trembling voices about eerie cries, phantom footsteps, and inexplicable shadows that moved of their own accord within its crumbling walls. Despite their warnings, my morbid curiosity and lifelong obsession with the paranormal propelled me to investigate this forsaken place. I would soon discover that Ironwood Asylum held horrors that defied mortal understanding. I departed Millville just after dusk in my trusty 2010 Chevrolet Silverado. The highway, a narrow, winding two-lane road approximately 30 feet wide with gravel shoulders about 4 feet wide, stretched for nearly 20 miles through rolling farmland and clusters of dense woodland. As I drove, the fading light of the sunset gave way to a deep, inky darkness, and the temperature dropped steadily to nearly 28 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind whipped cold gusts through the cracked windows of my truck, and the beam of my headlights revealed solitary trees standing like silent sentinels along the roadside. After 20 miles of treacherous driving on a slick, frost-dusted road, I finally reached the outskirts of Ironwood. A faded wooden sign on a rusted iron post, about 6 feet tall, greeted me with the words, "Ironwood Asylum," in peeling letters. The asylum sat on a 3-acre parcel, its imposing red brick facade nearly 150 feet long and 90 feet wide, with tall, narrow windows, each about 3 feet by 5 feet, that looked like dead, empty eyes. The building's once proud clock tower, rising nearly 40 feet above the ground, now sagged and leaned ominously to one side, its face shattered into oblivion. I parked my Silverado approximately 150 feet from the wrought iron gate that guarded the property and stepped out into the frigid night. I switched on my 400 lumen flashlight and, with my digital recorder and a well-worn notebook in hand, approached the massive iron gate. The gate, roughly 8 feet tall and pitted with rust, creaked open with a sound that echoed like a long-forgotten lament. Beyond, a gravel driveway stretched nearly 250 feet toward the looming asylum, its surface intermingled with patches of snow and overgrown weeds. A heavy mist clung to the air, making every sound seem amplified in the oppressive silence. Pushing the gate fully open, I made my way along the path to the main entrance, a heavy oak door approximately 9 feet tall, reinforced with rusted metal bands and scarred by time. I paused before the door, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon me, then gently pushed it open. A wave of stale, damp air, tinged with the scent of decay and something metallic, rushed out, and I stepped inside. The foyer of Ironwood Asylum was cavernous, a vast hall roughly 50 feet by 35 feet, with a vaulted ceiling that soared nearly 40 feet above. Dust motes swirled in the thin beams of moonlight that filtered through broken stained glass windows, each around 2 feet by 3 feet. Their once vibrant colors now faded to ghostly hues. The marble floor, composed of irregular 1-foot square tiles, many of them cracked or missing, echoed each of my footsteps with a hollow, mournful sound. I activated my recorder and began noting my impressions, though my hands trembled as I scribbled in my notebook. Every fiber of the building seemed to exude sorrow. The walls whispered secrets of forgotten tragedies, and I could almost hear the faint echoes of voices long since silenced. I moved cautiously through the foyer, every step a test of my resolve, and soon found a grand staircase of dark oak leading upwards. The staircase consisted of 20 creaking steps, each approximately 8 inches high, disappearing into shadow. I began exploring the ground floor, following a long corridor that extended about 60 feet from the foyer. Ornate wooden doors, each 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, lined the hallway. They once led to offices, parlors, and conference rooms where voices and laughter had filled the space. Now they were silent, and the only sound was the soft scuff of my boots on the dusty floorboards. Faded portraits in gilt frames, each roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, adorned the walls. The eyes of stern, long-deceased figures seemed to follow my every move, their expressions etched with accusations and sorrow. At the corridor's end, I entered what had once been the grand ballroom. Moonlight seeped in through a large, shattered window measuring about 4 feet by 6 feet, casting irregular patterns of light on the room's once polished parquet floor. A magnificent chandelier, its crystals now shattered and scattered in a roughly 6-foot diameter circle, hung precariously from a ceiling that had once soared feet high. Antique furniture, a velvet sofa, a set of intricately carved armchairs, and a grand piano with keys chipped and worn was arranged in disarray. In one corner, I saw a flicker of movement in a dusty mirror set in an ornate frame. I whirled around, heart-pounding, but found nothing except my own reflection, distorted by years of neglect. Compelled to learn more about the asylum's tragic past, I followed a side corridor that led to the building's library, a quiet room measuring approximately 45 feet by 30 feet, its walls lined with towering bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes and faded manuscripts. I ran my fingers along the spines of the books. The texture was rough and cold, and the musty odor of old paper filled the air. In a secluded alcove of the library, I discovered a heavy oak desk covered with dust. On the desk lay a leather-bound diary, its cover cracked and pages yellowed by time. I carefully opened the diary and began reading. An entry dated November 12, 1912, sent a chill through me. Tonight, the asylum echoes with the cries of the forgotten. Shadows roam our halls, and unseen forces gnaw at our souls. We have unleashed a curse upon these walls, a curse born of greed, betrayal, and the loss of a cherished token. If this diary survives, let it warn all. The key to our salvation lies in the return of what was taken. The entry spoke of a lost silver locket, a treasured heirloom that belonged to a young woman named Evelyn Blackwood, whose untimely disappearance had coincided with a night when the moon turned blood red. The diary suggested that her locket was the source of a curse that had brought despair to the institution, and that its recovery might break the malignant hold over the building. I pocketed the diary with trembling hands and continued exploring, now with a newfound purpose. As midnight neared, the oppressive atmosphere deepened, and I felt an irresistible urge to explore further into the hidden recesses of the asylum. I recalled whispered rumors of secret passages beneath the building where the darkest energies resided. In a forgotten corner of the main corridor, partially obscured by a tattered, moth-eaten curtain, I discovered a narrow door measuring about 2.5 feet wide and 7 feet tall. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, I pushed the door open to reveal a narrow, descending staircase. The staircase consisted of 18 creaking steps, each approximately 7 inches high, leading down into the bowels of the building. The further I descended, the colder and damper the air became. Faint echoes of dripping water and the rustle of unseen movement filled the darkness. Finally, I emerged into a vast subterranean chamber, roughly 50 feet by 40 feet in size, with a low vaulted ceiling barely 8 feet high. The chamber's floor was paved with uneven concrete slabs, each about 2 feet by 2 feet, and the walls were lined with niches holding fragments of broken relics, rusted keys, shattered pieces of porcelain, and splintered wooden artifacts. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, about 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, its surface covered in cryptic symbols etched deeply into the cold stone. These symbols, each roughly 2 inches in diameter, glowed faintly with an unearthly light, pulsing in time with my racing heartbeat. Resting atop the pedestal was an ornate wooden box, measuring about 10 inches by 8 inches, intricately carved with swirling designs that spoke of both beauty and despair. With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver locket, its surface finely etched with the initials EV in elegant, flowing script. Despite its age, the locket shone with a mysterious inner light. The moment I touched it, I was overwhelmed by a profound sadness, a sense that the very spirit of Evelyn Blackwell was reaching out to me, pleading for restitution. As I clutched the silver locket, a low, mournful chant began to rise from the shadows of the chamber. Faint whispers filled the air, words indistinguishable but laden with sorrow and longing. It was as if the walls themselves were speaking, a chorus of voices echoing the anguish of centuries. I activated my digital recorder, capturing the haunting sounds as the ambient temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees Fahrenheit in a matter of moments. My mind raced back to the diary's words, "Return what was taken." I realized then that this locket was the key to lifting the curse that had held Ironwood Asylum in its grip. The diary hinted that the token must be returned to its rightful place, a memorial niche in the master office of the asylum, where the founding family once kept their most treasured relics. Determined to follow through, I retraced my steps up the narrow staircase, emerging back into the main floor with the silver locket clutched tightly in my hand. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to ease slightly as I made my way through the echoing corridors, the phantom voices now a distant murmur in the background. I finally reached the eastern wing of the asylum, a section that had once served as the private offices of the institution's founder. The hallway was dimly lit by the moonlight streaming through shattered windows, and the air was thick with memories of lost grandeur. At the end of the corridor, I found a large, ornate door, approximately 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, behind which lay the master office. The door was slightly ajar, and with a deep, steadying breath, I pushed it open. Inside the office, which measured roughly 35 feet by 25 feet, the remnants of a once stately room were visible. A massive portrait of the founder, framed in ornate gold and measuring about 5 feet by 4 feet, dominated one wall. Beneath the portrait, I noticed a small, recessed compartment, a hidden niche that appeared to have been designed to hold a treasured keepsake. The compartment was about 4 inches deep and 6 inches wide, and its surface was etched with delicate patterns that glowed faintly in the low light. With reverence, I approached the niche and carefully inserted the silver locket into it. For a long, tense moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, warm light began to emanate from the compartment, spreading slowly across the room. The portrait's eyes seemed to sparkle with a gentle relief, and I heard a faint, harmonious murmur, like the sigh of a long-forgotten prayer, echoing softly in the background. "Thank you, our souls are free." I stood motionless, heart pounding, as the oppressive darkness that had haunted Ironwood Asylum seemed to lift. The spectral voices grew quiet, replaced by a serene calm that filled the room. In that moment, I felt a profound connection to the lost soul of Evelyn Blackwood, as if her spirit had finally been given the chance to rest. Though the night had tested my courage and left me trembling in its wake, I knew it was time to leave the asylum behind. I gathered my field recordings, the diary, and my notebook, all of which now bore witness to the horrors and the redemption that had unfolded. I retraced my steps through the long, echoing corridors, descending once more into the labyrinthine passageways of the building. The hidden staircase of 18 creaking steps led me back into the main foyer, where the once oppressive silence had given way to a gentle hush, as if the building itself were exhaling in relief. I stepped outside into the frigid December air, where the storm had subsided into a light drizzle, and the faint glow of dawn began to break over the horizon. The 150-foot distance from the wrought iron gate to my 2013 Ford F-150 felt like a final farewell to the cursed ground of Ironwood Asylum. I climbed into my truck and drove the remaining 20 miles back to Millville along the narrow, frost-dusted highway. The road, approximately 26 feet wide, with 4-foot gravel shoulders, sparkled with ice under the early morning light as I made my way home, my mind replaying every harrowing moment of that unforgettable night. In the months following my journey, I devoted myself to researching the dark history of Ironwood Asylum. I visited local archives in Millville, where I unearthed faded newspaper clippings and handwritten records dating back to the early 1900s. I learned that the asylum had once been a beacon of hope for troubled souls, established in 1890 by the visionary Dr. William Blackwood. However, as the years passed, inexplicable events and a series of tragic accidents, culminating in the mysterious disappearance of Evelyn Blackwood, his beloved daughter, had transformed the institution into a place of despair and darkness. The loss of Evelyn's silver locket, it turned out, had been seen as a portent of doom, a harbinger of the curse that would eventually claim the asylum. I compiled my field recordings, the diary, and my personal notes into a detailed account of my journey, which I have since secured in a safe as evidence of that fateful night. Every time I drive along the narrow, winding roads of rural Ohio, past the outskirts of Millville, I feel the lingering presence of the asylum, a reminder that some curses, though seemingly lifted, never truly disappear from the shadows of our world. There are nights when the wind howls a little louder and the trees whisper secrets too ancient to fathom, that I awake with the sound of distant, ghostly chants echoing in my ears. I sometimes wonder if the souls of the lost have finally found peace, or if their restless echoes will one day stir anew in the forsaken halls of Ironwood Asylum. I share my story with anyone willing to listen, not only as a warning of the dangers that lurk in forgotten places, but as a testament to the power of confronting our darkest histories. For in the depths of despair, even a single act of redemption, a returned heirloom, a mended bond, can set free the anguished spirits of the past and restore hope to a world that has long forgotten how to dream. I spoke with several elderly residents who still remembered the old stories. One man, a former caretaker of the asylum, recalled the sound of ghostly footsteps echoing in the corridors long after the building had been abandoned. Another, a local historian, told me that the locket had been considered a sacred talisman, a symbol of love and unity that once brought solace to the troubled and the lost. Its theft had not only broken a promise, but had unleashed a dark force that bound the souls of the asylum's inhabitants to the very walls of the building. I compiled all of my findings, along with my field recordings and personal notes, into a detailed account of that cursed night. I have since secured this evidence in a safe, preserving it as a testament to the enduring power of redemption and the transformative nature of confronting our darkest past. Now, whenever I drive along the narrow, frost-covered highways of rural Ohio, I sometimes catch a glimpse of a weathered sign at the outskirts of Millville reading, Ironwood Asylum. For a fleeting moment, I imagine the soft glow of a locket's light and the gentle murmur of voices long silenced, a reminder that even the deepest curses can be broken if we dare to return what was once lost. I share my story not solely as a tale of terror, but as a beacon of hope. In the darkest depths of despair, there exists the possibility of redemption, a chance to mend broken bonds and to free the souls trapped by the tragedies of the past. If you ever find yourself drawn to a place shrouded in mystery and sorrow, remember that true courage lies not in avoiding the darkness, but in confronting it head-on and restoring the light. It was a dark, frost-bitten night in late January when I first heard the legend of Black Oak Manor, a sprawling, decaying mansion rumored to be cursed by centuries of betrayal and bloodshed. Locals in the small town of Ashwood, Virginia, population roughly 1,800, spoke in hushed tones of eerie voices echoing through its halls and ghostly figures seen through shattered windows. Intrigued by these chilling accounts and driven by a lifelong fascination with the paranormal, I decided to set out for Black Oak Manor. What I encountered that night would etch itself into my soul, a tale of terror and sorrow that continues to haunt my dreams. I departed from my home in Roanoke at approximately 6:30 p.m. in my 2012 Ford F-150. The drive to Ashwood was a 40-mile journey along a narrow, winding two-lane highway, approximately 30 feet wide with gravel shoulders roughly 4 feet wide, that snaked through rolling hills and dense woodlands. As the sun set, the fading light gave way to a deep, inky darkness, and temperatures dipped to nearly 28 Greek Fahrenheit. The road was slick with patches of ice and scattered snow, and my headlights illuminated towering oak and pine trees, many standing over 80 feet tall, whose skeletal branches reached out like grasping hands. After 40 miles of treacherous driving, I finally arrived at the outskirts of Ashwood. A faded wooden sign on a rusted iron post about 6 feet tall and barely legible welcomed visitors to the town. I parked my F-150 roughly 200 feet from the center of Ashwood, and after a brief stop at a local diner for a steaming cup of coffee, set out once more on the 5-mile detour to Black Oak Manor. The manor sat on a 5-acre plot on the outskirts of town, surrounded by dense woodland and wild overgrowth. An ancient wrought iron gate, standing 8 feet tall and pitted with rust, guarded the property. I parked about 100 feet from the gate and stepped out into the frigid night. My 400-lumen flashlight and digital recorder were the only companions I would need, I thought, as I pushed open the creaking gate and began the short, gravelly walk along a 150-foot driveway toward the mansion. Black Oak Manor loomed in the darkness like a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Constructed in 1845, the mansion spanned roughly 130 feet in length and 90 feet in width. Its once stately white facade now stained with age and streaks of dark, rust-like blood. Tall, narrow windows, each about 3 feet by 5 feet in size, stared blankly out over the ground. The front door, a heavy oak portal nearly 10 feet tall, reinforced with iron studs and adorned with intricate carvings of oak leaves and acorns, hung slightly ajar as if inviting me to enter its forsaken depths. I hesitated for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest, before stepping through the doorway. The air inside was thick and musty, carrying the heavy scent of decaying wood, stale smoke, and an indefinable tang of metal that sent shivers down my spine. I activated my recorder and shone my flashlight into the foyer, a vast space measuring about 50 feet by 40 feet, with a vaulted ceiling soaring nearly 40 feet high. Dust motes swirled in the thin beams of moonlight, filtering through the cracked stained glass windows, each roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, casting fragmented, eerie patterns on the mosaic floor composed of 1-foot square tiles, many of which were broken or missing. Almost immediately, I sensed that I was not alone. In the heavy silence of the foyer, I thought I heard soft, indistinct whispers that might have been the wind, or perhaps something else entirely. I pressed forward, every footstep echoing against the cold stone walls, and soon found a grand staircase of dark oak leading upward. The staircase consisted of 22 creaking steps, each about 8 inches high, disappearing into shadow. I began my investigation on the ground floor, following a long, narrow corridor that extended for nearly 70 feet from the foyer to a set of heavy double doors that once led to the formal dining room. The corridor was lined with ornate wooden panels, each measuring about 7 feet in height, and decorated with faded portraits of stern-faced ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow my every move. Their painted expressions spoke of long-forgotten sins and a pervasive melancholy that clung to the manor like a shroud. At the end of the corridor, I pushed open the double doors and entered the dining room. The room, approximately 60 feet by 35 feet, was dominated by a long mahogany table that stretched nearly 25 feet across. Silver candelabras, each standing about 18 inches tall, were arranged along the table, their wax now hardened and stained with age. Massive windows, each roughly 4 feet by 6 feet, were draped in tattered, moth-eaten curtains that swayed gently in the draft. I could almost hear the ghostly echoes of long-forgotten laughter and the clinking of silverware, though the only sound now was the soft creak of the ancient floorboards. As I walked through the dining room, I caught sight of something in a darkened corner, a large, ornate mirror set in a gilded frame, measuring about 5 feet by 4 feet. When I stepped closer, my flashlight briefly illuminated a shadowy figure behind me in the reflection, a gaunt, sorrowful face that vanished the moment I spun around. My pulse quickened, but I pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within Black Oak Manor. Curiosity led me to the manor's library, accessible through a narrow door along another corridor that stretched for nearly 50 feet. The library was a quiet, somber room measuring roughly 45 feet by 30 feet, its walls lined with towering bookshelves that reached up to 10 feet. Leather-bound volumes and ancient manuscripts filled the shelves, their spines cracked with age. The room was illuminated by the pale glow of a single chandelier, its once crystal pendants now dull and dusty, hanging from a ceiling about 30 feet high. In one secluded corner of the library, I discovered a heavy oak desk measuring 4 feet by 3 feet. On the desk lay a fragile, leather-bound diary, its cover worn and pages yellowed to a deep, melancholic amber. With trembling hands, I opened the diary and began to read an entry dated November 10, 1887. Tonight, the darkness within these walls grows ever more oppressive. Our family, cursed by betrayal and loss, is condemned to witness the relentless sorrow of our souls. The locket of our beloved Evelyn, taken on that fateful blood-red night, is the key to our undoing. Should it ever be found and returned, perhaps our curse may be lifted and the echoes of despair silenced forever. The words sent chills down my spine. The diary detailed the tragic fate of Evelyn Blackwood, a young woman whose beauty and light had once been the hope of our family, only to vanish mysteriously one stormy night. It seemed that her stolen silver locket, measuring approximately 2 inches in diameter and inscribed with the initials EV, had been the catalyst for a curse that had plagued the family and the manor ever since. I carefully pocketed the diary and continued my exploration, now driven by a singular purpose, to find the lost locket and, by returning it, perhaps break the curse that had long shrouded Black Oak Manor. As midnight approached and the storm outside raged on, I felt an inexplicable pull toward the east wing of the manor, the area once reserved for the private offices and family quarters. In a quiet hallway, about 70 feet in length and lined with closed, heavy wooden doors, each 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide, I discovered something peculiar. Behind an intricately carved door, partially obscured by layers of dust and cobwebs, was a narrow latch barely visible to the untrained eye. With a mix of trepidation and determination, I pressed the latch, and to my astonishment, the door swung open, revealing a hidden passageway. The passage was a narrow corridor only about 3 feet wide, with a low, arched ceiling that measured roughly 7 feet at its peak. Its floor was paved with uneven concrete slabs, each about 2 feet by 2 feet in size. I activated my 450 lumen flashlight, which pierced the darkness with a steady beam, and stepped cautiously into the passage. The air here was frigid and heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. I followed the passage for nearly 100 feet, my footsteps echoing softly in the claustrophobic space, until I reached a heavy, ancient door made of dark wood and reinforced with iron studs. The door, about 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide, bore an inscription in faded gold letters. Only by facing our grief can the curse be undone. I hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. Beyond it lay a vast subterranean chamber, roughly 60 feet by 50 feet in size, with a low, vaulted ceiling that barely cleared my head at 8 feet high. The chamber's stone floor was uneven, covered with a fine layer of dust and scattered debris, and the walls were adorned with cryptic symbols etched deeply into the ancient stone, each symbol measuring around 2 inches in diameter and pulsing faintly with an eerie glow. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, approximately 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, carved with intricate designs that depicted anguished faces and swirling motifs of sorrow. Resting atop the pedestal was an ornate wooden box, measuring roughly 10 inches by 8 inches. My hands trembled as I approached the box and opened it, revealing a delicate silver locket, the very token described in the diary. The locket, inscribed with the initials EV, shone with a mysterious inner light, as if it contained the essence of a lost soul. As soon as I touched the locket, a profound wave of sorrow and longing swept over me. In that moment, the faint, sorrowful chanting that had echoed through the chamber grew louder, as if the very walls were crying out in anguish. I activated my digital recorder, capturing the eerie melody, which seemed to blend with the sound of my own pounding heart. I knew what I had to do. The diary had instructed that the locket must be returned to a sacred niche in the family's private office, a place where long ago Evelyn's memory had been enshrined and her spirit preserved. With the silver locket secure in my hand, I retraced my steps back through the hidden passageway, emerging once more into the hushed corridors of Black Oak Manor. I navigated the maze-like halls until I reached the eastern wing. There, in a grand office measuring roughly 35 feet by 25 feet, hung a large portrait of the late patriarch of the Blackwood family, framed in ornate gold and measuring about 5 feet by 4 feet. Beneath the portrait, embedded in the wall, was a small recessed niche approximately 4 inches deep and 6 inches wide, a hidden compartment that had once held a treasured family relic. My hands shaking, I pressed the silver locket into the niche. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing stirred. Then, as if triggered by a long-forgotten promise, a soft, warm light began to emanate from the compartment. The light spread slowly, suffusing the room with a golden glow that pushed back the oppressive darkness. I heard the sound of faint, harmonious voices, a chorus of relief and gratitude, and felt as though the very air around me sighed in relief. A whisper, soft as a breeze and laden with sorrow, drifted through the room. "Thank you, our lost angel, our hope restored." I stood frozen, overwhelmed by the emotion of that moment, as if the spirit of Evelyn herself had been finally freed from a centuries-long torment. The oppressive energy that had haunted the manor for so long seemed to recede, replaced by a serene calm and a lingering promise of redemption. With the ritual complete, I knew it was time to leave Black Oak Manor. I carefully gathered my field recording, the diary, and my notebook, each item now a vital testament to the night's events. I retraced my steps back through the grand corridors and down the 22 creaking steps of the main staircase, emerging into the cold December air outside. The heavy wrought iron gate, which had once creaked ominously as I entered, now stood silently, its dark metal glistening with a thin layer of frost. I walked the 150 feet from the gate to my 2012 Ford F-150, each crunch of snow underfoot a final farewell to the haunted grounds of Black Oak Manor. I climbed into my truck and began the 40-mile drive back to Ashwood along a narrow, frost-covered highway, approximately 30 feet wide with gravel shoulders 4 feet wide, where the first hints of dawn were beginning to push back the night. As I drove, the events of that harrowing night replayed in my mind. The oppressive corridors, the spectral whispers, the hidden labyrinth beneath the manor, and the final redemptive act of returning Evelyn's silver locket. Though the experience had filled me with terror, it had also instilled in me a profound belief that even the deepest curses could be broken by confronting the past and restoring what was lost. In the months following my journey, I dedicated myself to uncovering the dark history of Black Oak Manor and the tragic fate of the Blackwood family. I visited local archives in Ashwood, poring over newspaper clippings and handwritten records dating back to the mid-19th century. I learned that the manor had been built in 1845 by the Blackwood family, a once respected lineage known for their philanthropy and piety, until a series of mysterious misfortunes and betrayals shattered their legacy. Evelyn Blackwood, the beloved daughter of the family, had vanished on the night of a blood-red moon, and her stolen silver locket had been seen as the catalyst for a curse that enveloped the mansion and all who dwelled within it. Elderly residents recalled hearing eerie sounds emanating from the manor long after it was abandoned, the sound of ghostly laughter, weeping, and the distant echo of a lullaby once sung by a grieving mother. One former caretaker, now in his 80s, told me that on stormy nights, he could swear he heard the soft chime of a silver locket being returned to its rightful place. These testimonies, combined with the evidence I had gathered, painted a vivid picture of a family devastated by loss and an institution that had become a nexus for sorrow and supernatural retribution. I compiled my research, the diary, and my field recordings into a comprehensive account of the night I faced the darkness of Black Oak Manor. I have since secured this collection in a safe, preserving it as both evidence and a reminder that redemption is possible even in the most haunted of places. There are nights when the wind moans through the trees and the snow blankets the quiet roads of rural Virginia, that I awaken to the faint echo of a chime, a soft, melodious sound that stirs memories of that cursed night at Black Oak Manor. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of a faded sign on the outskirts of Ashwood that reads Black Oak Manor, and for a fleeting moment I see a gentle glow emanating from its broken windows, a sign that perhaps, just perhaps, the curse has been lifted and the souls trapped within its walls have finally found peace. I share my story not merely as a warning of the horrors that lurk in forgotten places, but as a testament to the transformative power of confronting our darkest past. In the haunted corridors of Black Oak Manor, I learned that sometimes the only way to break an ancient curse is to return what was once taken and to honor the memory of those whose lives were lost. For even in the depths of despair, there is a glimmer of hope, a light that, when nurtured with courage and compassion, can drive back the shadows. It was a chilly October night when I first heard the legend of Harvest Hill, a remote, dilapidated farmhouse in the heart of rural Georgia that was said to be cursed by a legacy of blood and betrayal. Locals in the nearby town of Willow Creek, population roughly 200, whispered in hushed tones about eerie lights dancing among the cornfields, anguished cries carried on the wind, and ghostly figures wandering the property long after sundown. Intrigued by these chilling stories, and driven by my lifelong fascination with the paranormal, I decided to journey to Harvest Hill. I had no inkling that what awaited me in the dead of night would forever change my understanding of terror. I left my home in Atlanta at around 6 p.m. in my well-worn 2011 Ford F-150. The drive to Willow Creek was a 70-mile journey along a narrow, two-lane highway, roughly 28 feet wide, with gravel shoulders no more than 4 feet wide, that cut through rolling hills, dense pine forests, and endless fields of corn. As the sun began to set, the sky was painted with deep oranges and purples. But by the time I reached the outskirts of Willow Creek, darkness had swallowed the landscape. The temperature had dropped to a brisk 35 degrees Fahrenheit, and the highway was slick with a light coating of dew and scattered leaves. The rhythmic hum of the tires on the asphalt was my constant companion as I navigated the twisting roads toward the heart of the countryside. After about 70 miles, I finally pulled into Willow Creek. The town was modest, a scattering of old brick storefronts, a diner that still served hot coffee, and a faded sign proclaiming "Welcome to Willow Creek," mounted on a rusted iron post nearly 6 feet tall. I took a moment to refuel my truck and gather some local gossip. Over a cup of steaming coffee at the diner, an elderly man with kind yet haunted eyes told me, "Harvest Hill's been cursed ever since that fateful night in 1892. Folks say the souls of those wronged there still wander the fields. You best be careful if you're fixing to go there." His voice trembled with both fear and sorrow, and though I'd heard many ghost stories, something about his words sent a shiver down my spine. After leaving Willow Creek, I took a detour along a narrow, winding country road that led roughly 8 miles to Harvest Hill. The road was barely 20 feet wide, bordered by dense, overgrown brush and towering oak trees that rose as high as 100 feet. Their twisted branches creaked ominously in the cold autumn wind, and the gravel path was strewn with fallen leaves and broken twigs that crunched under my boots. My headlights revealed a sprawling farmhouse in the distance, a once grand structure now marred by decay and neglect. Harvest Hill sat on a 10-acre plot that had long been reclaimed by nature. The farmhouse itself measured about 150 feet in length and 90 feet in width. Its once white clapboard siding was now chipped and faded, stained with dark patches that resembled old dried blood. Tall, narrow windows, each roughly 3 feet by 5 feet, stared out blankly, many of them broken or covered by tattered curtains. Ivy and wild vines crept over the walls, as if attempting to smother the building's tortured past. An imposing rusted iron gate, standing nearly 8 feet tall, guarded the property. I parked my 2011 Ford F-150 about 100 feet from the gate and stepped out into the cool, damp air of that fateful night. The wind howled as I approached the iron gate. With a gentle push, the gate creaked open, its rusty hinges protesting with a sound that echoed like a distant wail. Beyond the gate, a gravel driveway approximately 300 feet long led me toward the farmhouse. Each step along the driveway felt heavier than the last, as if the very earth was burdened by centuries of sorrow. I shivered as I passed beneath the looming silhouette of the farmhouse, its broken windows like dark, accusing eyes in the night. I switched on my high-beam 400-lumen flashlight and moved closer to the front door. A massive oak door about 9 feet tall, its surface scarred by years of neglect and weather. My heart pounded in my chest as I gently pushed the door open, half expecting it to slam shut on me. Instead, it swung open slowly, releasing a gust of stale, musty air laden with the scent of decay, old smoke, and an inexplicable metallic tang reminiscent of rusted iron and dried blood. Inside, the foyer was a cavernous space, measuring roughly 60 feet by 40 feet, with a vaulted ceiling that soared nearly 40 feet overhead. Dust motes danced in the meager light streaming through a few broken stained glass windows, each about 2 feet by 3 feet in size, casting eerie fragmented patterns on the mosaic floor composed of 1-foot square tiles, many cracked or missing. The silence was profound, broken only by the echo of my footsteps on the cold, hard floor and the distant sound of wind moaning through the dilapidated structure. I activated my digital recorder to capture the ambient sounds, the red recording light blinking softly in the oppressive gloom. Almost immediately, I sensed that I was not alone. There was a lingering presence in the foyer, an indescribable heaviness that pressed upon me. I couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching from the darkened corners. I proceeded slowly to the grand staircase, an imposing flight of 22 dark oak steps, each approximately 8 inches high, ascending into shadow. The banister, once polished and smooth, was now rough and splintered, engraved with faded carvings that hinted at a storied past. I began my exploration on the ground floor, moving along a long, narrow corridor that stretched for about 70 feet from the foyer. Ornate wooden doors, each about 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, lined the hallway, once leading to lavish parlors, dining rooms, and private studies. The walls were adorned with faded portraits of stern, long-deceased figures, their painted eyes seeming to follow my every movement with silent judgment. A soft rustling sound, like the whisper of 100 lost souls, occasionally drifted from the darkness behind the closed doors. I paused several times, my flashlight beam trembling as I tried to catch a glimpse of movement in the shadows, but nothing materialized, save for the echo of my own apprehensive heartbeat. At the corridor's end, I pushed open a pair of heavy double doors and entered what had once been the grand dining hall. The room measured approximately 60 feet by 35 feet and was dominated by a long mahogany table that stretched nearly 25 feet across. Silver candelabras, each about 18 inches tall, stood along the table, their wax hardened and stained with time. Massive windows, roughly 4 feet by 6 feet in size, were draped in tattered curtains that swayed in the draft. I could almost hear the clinking of silverware and the murmur of long-forgotten conversations, now replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. As I wandered the room, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in a large, ornate mirror set in an elaborate gold frame. In its reflection, I thought I saw the figure of a young woman with sorrowful eyes, standing silently in the background. I whirled around, but the room was empty, save for the echo of my racing pulse. Determined to understand the source of this pervasive melancholy, I made my way to the manor's library. Accessible through a narrow door at the end of a side corridor that extended roughly 50 feet, the library was a quiet, somber room measuring about 45 feet by 30 feet. Its walls were lined with towering bookshelves that reached up to 10 feet, filled with leather-bound volumes and brittle manuscripts. The soft light from a single, dusty chandelier, its crystals now dulled and scattered, lent the room a fragile, ghostly glow. In a secluded corner of the library, I discovered a heavy oak desk, approximately 4 feet by 3 feet in size. On it lay a fragile, leather-bound diary with a cracked clasp. I opened the diary with trembling hands and began reading an entry dated November 10, 1887. Tonight, the darkness within these walls deepens. Our once proud family is marred by betrayal and sorrow. The silver locket of our beloved Evelyn, stolen on a night when the moon burned blood red, is the key to our curse. Until it is returned to its rightful place, the whispers of the damned shall never cease. May these words serve as a warning to all who dare disturb our sorrow. The words were a jolt to my system, a tale of grief, loss, and a stolen token that had doomed the family to eternal torment. I carefully pocketed the diary and noted every detail in my notebook, determined to piece together the tragedy that had befallen Black Oak Manor. As midnight drew near, the mansion seemed to grow even more oppressive, and I felt an inexplicable urge to explore further. Rumors whispered of secret passages beneath the manor, corridors that led to hidden chambers where the darkest secrets were kept. In a quiet hallway off the main corridor, I noticed a door partially concealed by a tattered, moth-eaten curtain. The door, measuring about 2.5 feet wide and 7 feet tall, looked as though it had not been opened in decades. With a mix of trepidation and determination, I pushed the door open, revealing a narrow, descending staircase. The staircase was narrow and crumbling, consisting of 18 creaking steps, each roughly 7 inches high, that led downward into a realm of utter darkness. I switched my flashlight to its maximum output of 450 lumens, its beam slicing through the black as I carefully descended. The further I went, the colder and damper the air became, the scent of damp earth and decay growing stronger with each step. At the bottom of the stairs, I emerged into a vast subterranean chamber that measured roughly 50 feet by 40 feet, with a low vaulted ceiling of about 8 feet. The floor was a patchwork of uneven concrete slabs, each roughly 2 feet by 2 feet, and the walls were lined with niches that held the shattered remnants of old relics, rusted keys, broken trinkets, and fragments of stone inscriptions. The silence here was almost oppressive, broken only by the steady drip of water and the echo of my own footsteps. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, about 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, its surface etched with cryptic symbols that pulsed with an eerie, unearthly glow. Resting atop the pedestal was an ornate wooden box, approximately 10 inches by 8 inches in size, carved with intricate designs of intertwining vines and mournful angels. My hands trembled as I opened the box to reveal a delicate silver locket. The locket, about 2 inches in diameter and engraved with the initials EV in elegant script, shone with a mysterious inner light as if it contained the very essence of a lost soul. The moment I touched the locket, a profound wave of sorrow and longing washed over me, as if I had become the vessel for the grief of centuries. Faint, mournful chanting began to rise from the shadows of the subterranean chamber. It was as if the very walls were echoing with the voices of the damned, crying out in anguish. I activated my digital recorder, capturing the low, rhythmic chant that resonated with the timbre of despair. I recalled the diary's desperate words. The curse of Black Oak Manor was bound to the theft of Evelyn's silver locket. The diary had implored that only by returning the locket to its rightful place could the curse be broken and the lost soul set free. With that realization burning in my mind, I knew what I must do. I carefully took the locket and began my arduous journey back through the hidden passage. Emerging from the narrow corridor, I retraced my steps up the 18 creaking steps to the main floor of the manor. The oppressive air seemed to lighten ever so slightly, as though the act of retrieving the locket had stirred a distant hope. I made my way to the eastern wing of the manor, the private domain of the Blackwood family, where a grand office awaited. The hallway leading to the office was dim and somber, stretching approximately 70 feet, lined with closed doors that had once held the secrets of a storied lineage. At the far end, a heavy wooden door, about 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide, marked the entrance to the master office. With a deep breath, I pushed it open. Inside, the office was a testament to faded grandeur. The room measured roughly 35 feet by 25 feet, its walls adorned with portraits and relics of a once proud family. Dominating one wall was a large portrait of a young woman, Evelyn Blackwood, framed in ornate gold, measuring about 4 feet by 3 feet. The portrait's eyes, though painted long ago, were filled with a haunting sorrow. Beneath the portrait, I discovered a small recessed niche built into the wall, roughly 4 inches deep and 6 inches wide, as if designed to hold a cherished keepsake. With trembling hands, I pressed the silver locket into the niche. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, warm light began to emanate from the recess. growing steadily until it bathed the entire office in a gentle golden glow. I heard a faint, harmonious murmur, a chorus of voices, as if the very souls of the lost were whispering their thanks. A single, ethereal whisper, soft as a breeze, drifted through the room. "Thank you, our light has returned." In that transcendent moment, I felt as though the burden of centuries had been lifted from Black Oak Manor. The oppressive darkness that had haunted every corridor, every room, seemed to recede, replaced by a quiet promise of redemption. I recorded the sounds on my digital recorder, every note of the soft, grateful chant etched into my memory. Though my body trembled with exhaustion and the weight of what I had witnessed, I knew I must leave. I retraced my steps back through the grand corridors and down the sweeping staircase of 22 creaking oak steps, emerging once more into the cold December night outside the manor. The heavy wrought iron gate, once echoing with the sound of despair, now stood silently under the pale glow of a rising moon. I walked the 150-foot distance from the gate to my 2013 Ford F-150, each crunch of frost-covered gravel a solemn farewell to the cursed grounds of Black Oak Manor. I drove the remaining 40 miles back to Ashwood along a narrow, frost-dusted highway, approximately 30 feet wide with 4-foot gravel shoulders, where the early light of dawn began to break through the lingering darkness. As the first hints of morning painted the sky in soft blues and grays, I replayed the night's events in my mind. The oppressive halls, the hidden passageways, the spectral whispers, and most poignantly, the moment of redemption in the master office. I realized that while the curse that had once shrouded Black Oak Manor might now be lifted, the echoes of its sorrow would forever remain etched in my soul. In the months that followed, I dedicated myself to uncovering the tragic history of the Blackwood family and the curse that had plagued their legacy. I scoured local archives in Ashwood, poring over yellowed newspapers and handwritten records dating back to the mid-19th century. I learned that Black Oak Manor had once been the heart of a prosperous family renowned for their generosity and piety, until betrayal and greed had torn their lives apart. Evelyn Blackwood, the beloved daughter whose silver locket had been stolen on that fateful blood-red night, was revered as the embodiment of hope, a hope that was shattered when the locket was lost. Her disappearance marked the beginning of a series of misfortunes that culminated in the hauntings that had tormented the manor for over a century. I spoke with several elderly residents who still remembered the old legends of Black Oak Manor. One former servant, now in his late 80s, recalled hearing the sound of soft weeping in the corridors and the distant echo of a lullaby that was said to have been sung by a grieving mother. Another, a local historian, mentioned that on stormy nights, when the wind howled through the broken windows, the ghostly chime of a silver locket could still be heard, an eerie reminder of a promise broken and a legacy lost. I compiled all of my research, along with my field recordings, diary entries, and personal notes, into a detailed account of that harrowing night. I have since secured this evidence in a safe, preserving it as a testament to the transformative power of confronting our darkest pasts. Though I strive to move on with my life, every time I travel along the frost-covered highways of rural Virginia, I catch a fleeting glimpse of a faded sign reading Black Oak Manor, and I hear the soft echo of a chime in the distance, a reminder that even the deepest curses can be broken by acts of remembrance and redemption. There are nights when the wind whistles through the barren trees and the snow blankets the quiet roads that I awaken to the faint sound of a gentle chime, a soft, melodious echo that seems to rise from the depths of my memory. Sometimes, as I drive past the outskirts of Ashwood, I imagine that the ghostly light of Black Oak Manor still glows in the darkness, a silent promise that the curse has been lifted and the souls once trapped within its walls have finally found peace. I share my story not solely as a warning of the horrors that lurk in forgotten places, but as a beacon of hope, a testament that even in the bleakest nights, redemption is possible if one dares to confront the darkness and return what was once lost. For in the haunted corridors of Black Oak Manor, I learned that true courage lies in facing the sorrow of the past and mending the bonds that have been broken by time and betrayal. It was a damp, moonless night in mid-November when I first heard the legend of the Drowned Bridge, a forsaken, rusted structure that spanned a slow-moving river in rural Indiana, cursed by the sins of its past. Locals in the small town of Milford, population approximately 1,200, spoke in fearful whispers of phantom figures drifting along the bridge at midnight and of eerie lights flickering beneath its sagging arches. They said that on nights when the air was thick with mist and the temperature hovered near 35 degrees Fahrenheit, the river would rise and claim more than just water. It would claim the souls of the guilty. Intrigued by these chilling tales and driven by my lifelong obsession with the paranormal, I resolved to visit the Drowned Bridge. What I experienced that night would forever blur the line between the living and the dead. I departed from my home in Fort Wayne at approximately 6:30 p.m. in my reliable 2013 Ford F-150. The route to Milford was a 45-mile drive along a narrow 2-lane highway, roughly 28 feet wide with gravel shoulders about 4 feet wide, that wound its way through patchy cornfields and clusters of dense woodland. The autumn air was brisk, and as dusk fell, the sky turned from a fading orange to a deep, foreboding navy. By the time I reached Milford, the temperature had dipped to nearly 35 degrees Fahrenheit, and a fine drizzle coated the pavement. I pulled over at a modest, weathered diner to grab a steaming cup of coffee and chat with a few locals. One elderly man, his eyes clouded with memories, leaned in close and whispered, "They say the Drowned Bridge takes more than just souls on a stormy night. Be careful, son. Some crossings are best left untraveled." With his words echoing in my mind, I set out for the bridge. I drove the remaining 20 miles along a narrow country road, its asphalt slick with drizzle and flanked by towering oak trees that rose as high as 100 feet. Their bare branches scratched at the windshield, and every so often the headlights caught a glimpse of ghostly figures moving among the trees, disappearing into the inky darkness. After nearly 20 miles on the winding road, I finally arrived at the outskirts of an old, forgotten settlement. In the distance, shrouded by a thick layer of fog, stood the Drowned Bridge. The bridge itself was a relic from a bygone era, constructed of weathered stone and rusted iron. It spanned a slow, meandering river that was roughly 50 feet wide at its widest point and snaked its way through a deep, shadowed gorge. The bridge measured approximately 120 feet in length and 20 feet in width, its once proud arches now cracked and partially collapsed. Local legend claimed that on certain nights, the river would swell and the bridge would drown its sins. Its surface, stained with old, dry blood and moss, seemed to weep as though mourning a terrible past. I parked my Ford F-150 about 150 feet from the edge of the bridge and stepped out into the cold November air. My breath came out in visible puffs as I tightened my jacket and activated my 400-lumen flashlight. I began to walk along a narrow gravel path roughly 100 feet in length that led me to the bank of the river. The sound of trickling water mingled with the soft rustle of leaves in the wind, creating a ghostly symphony that set my nerves on edge. As I approached the bridge, I could see that its surface was slick with rain and covered in a thick layer of algae. The iron railings, once a proud testament to human craftsmanship, now sagged and creaked with each gust of wind. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. Each footstep echoed loudly, a steady, deliberate sound that resonated off the stone walls of the gorge. The temperature seemed to drop even further, by nearly 5 degrees Fahrenheit, immediately as I set foot on the structure, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched by unseen eyes. About halfway across the bridge, I paused near the center. The river below churned slowly, its dark waters reflecting the sparse light of a few scattered stars. As I peered over the edge, I thought I saw a pale hand emerging from the water, only to vanish when I blinked. My heart pounded as a low, mournful hum began to rise from the depths of the river, as if it were singing a dirge for the lost. I activated my digital recorder to capture the eerie sound, its red recording light blinking softly in the dark. A sudden gust of wind slammed the railing against the stone, and in that moment, I saw it, a flash of movement, like a shadow darting across the far end of the bridge. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the darkness, but the figure had vanished, leaving only a lingering echo of its presence. My pulse raced, but curiosity urged me onward. Near the far end of the bridge, on one of the weathered stone pillars, I noticed something odd. Amid the faded carvings and moss, a section of the stone had been chiseled clean, revealing an inscription. The inscription, roughly 18 inches long, was etched in an ancient, almost indecipherable script that glowed faintly under the beam of my flashlight. I leaned in to read the message, my hands trembling. Upon these cursed spans, the dead are bound. Their sins run deep, their voices resound. To free the souls of water and stone, return what's lost to atone. The words sent shivers down my spine. They spoke of a dark pact and a stolen treasure, a token that had somehow been taken and was the key to freeing the tormented souls of the drowned. The inscription suggested that by restoring this lost item, the curse that had plagued the bridge, and perhaps the entire river, could be lifted. I felt a powerful urge to find this missing relic and restore balance to the forsaken crossing. I left the bridge, my mind racing with the implications of the inscription, and followed a narrow path that led to the river's edge. The path was barely 3 feet wide and wound along the bank for roughly 300 feet, past clusters of gnarled trees and rocky outcroppings. The river, now a dark ribbon winding through the fog, whispered secrets as its waters lapped gently against the shore. I searched the bank carefully. The ground was soft from recent rain, and my flashlight's beam revealed scattered debris and broken relics of a long-forgotten past. In a shallow depression near a large, moss-covered boulder, I discovered a small, rusted tin box, about 6 inches by 4 inches in size. My heart pounded as I pried it open with a pocket knife. Inside, nestled in a bed of damp, decaying leaves, lay a delicate silver locket. It was about 2 inches in diameter and bore the initials EV, likely the token mentioned in the inscription. The locket shone with a subtle inner light, as if imbued with a power beyond mere metal. As soon as I touched it, I was overcome by a deep, sorrowful sensation, as though the locket itself wept for a long-forgotten loss. I clutched it tightly, feeling that I had just found the key to breaking the ancient curse. I activated my digital recorder again, hoping to capture any sound that might be associated with this discovery. In the quiet, I heard only the soft, rhythmic beating of my heart and the faint, indistinct murmurs of the river. Reinvigorated with determination, I knew what I had to do next: return the silver locket to its rightful place on the drowned bridge. According to the inscription, the relic was essential for releasing the tormented souls bound to the bridge by their sins. I retraced my steps back to the bridge, the cool air biting at my skin and the whisper of the river growing louder in the distance. Under the ghostly light of a waning moon, I ascended the bridge once more. My footsteps echoed against the ancient stone as I made my way to the pillar with the cryptic inscription. Standing before the inscription, I held the silver locket high. In that moment, the wind died down, and an eerie silence enveloped the area, as if the world itself were holding its breath. I slowly pressed the locket against the stone, aligning it with the inscription as if it were the final piece of a sacred puzzle. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then, a soft glow began to emanate from the locket, spreading along the carved letters until the entire inscription shone with a warm, golden light. The ground beneath my feet trembled gently, and I heard a soft, harmonious murmur, a chorus of voices, at once sorrowful and relieved, as if centuries of despair were being lifted in a single poignant moment. The locket's glow intensified, and for a moment, I thought I saw faint images in the mist. Spectral figures of men and women in old-fashioned clothing, their faces etched with sorrow and gratitude. Their eyes, glowing with a gentle luminescence, seemed to watch me in silent thanks. A single, clear whisper reached my ears, uttering, "At last our chains are broken." I stood there, overwhelmed by the raw emotion of that moment. It felt as though the river, the bridge, and even the very earth beneath me were sighing with relief. The curse that had haunted this place for generations finally lifted. I recorded every sound on my digital recorder, the voices and the soft, pulsating hum, melding into a bittersweet symphony of redemption. With the ritual complete and the locket now returned to its sacred place, I knew I must leave the drowned bridge behind. I carefully gathered the tin box, the diary pages I had collected, and my digital recorder, ensuring that every piece of evidence from that night would be preserved. I retraced my steps along the narrow path to the wrought iron gate, the oppressive air around the bridge now feeling lighter, as if the souls it had once trapped were finally at peace. I walked the 150 feet from the gate to my 2013 Ford F-150, each crunch of snow underfoot a quiet farewell to a place that had witnessed centuries of sorrow and redemption. I drove the remaining 20 miles back to Milford along a narrow, frost-dusted highway, approximately 28 feet wide with 4-foot gravel shoulders, while the first hints of dawn began to break the darkness. The road shimmered with a thin layer of ice under the early light, and as I drove, I replayed the events of the night in my mind, the spectral whispers, the hidden relic, and the transcendent moment when the silver locket restored balance to the drowned bridge. In the months that followed, I immersed myself in the history of Milford and the legend of the drowned bridge. I visited local archives, poring over old newspapers and handwritten records dating back to the mid-19th century. I learned that the bridge had been built in 1862 by a prosperous family whose wealth was tied to the ironworks of the region. However, tragedy struck when a series of betrayals and misfortunes, culminating in the mysterious disappearance of a young heiress named Evelyn, plunged the family into despair. The loss of Evelyn's silver locket had been seen as an omen, and many believed that her restless spirit had cursed the bridge and the surrounding land. I spoke with several elderly residents who still remembered stories passed down through generations. One man, a former mill worker, now in his 80s, recounted how on stormy nights he could hear the faint sound of a silver locket being clinked against stone, a sound that filled him with both dread and hope. Another, a local historian, explained that the locket was considered a sacred relic, a symbol of lost love and redemption, and that its return might one day break the curse that had burdened the bridge for over a century. I compiled all of my research, along with the digital recordings and personal notes from that unforgettable night, into a detailed account of the drowned bridge's dark legacy. I have since secured this evidence in a safe, preserving it as a testament to the enduring power of redemption and the belief that even the deepest curses can be broken by confronting the shadows of our past. There are nights when the wind howls a little louder and the river's murmur becomes a chorus that I still awake to the faint echo of that ancient ghostly chant. Sometimes, as I drive along the frost-dusted highways of rural Indiana, I catch a glimpse of a faded sign at the edge of Milford that reads "Drowned Bridge," and I pause to listen for the soft, melancholic sound of chains being broken in the distance. I share my story not merely as a warning of the terrors that lurk in forgotten places, but as a beacon of hope. In the darkest hours, when the sins of the past weigh heavily upon our souls, there exists the possibility of redemption, a chance to mend what was broken and restore the light. The silver locket of Evelyn, once lost to the depths, now serves as a silent reminder that even ancient curses can be undone if we have the courage to face our history and return what was taken. It was a bone-chilling autumn night when I first heard the whispered legend of Raven's Hollow, a secluded, decrepit estate hidden deep in the backwoods of northern Missouri, cursed by a tragedy so unspeakable that even local residents dared not mention it after dark. Locals in the nearby town of Clearwater, population roughly 1,300, spoke in trembling voices about ghostly apparitions, blood-stained relics, and the dreadful ritual that was said to be the source of the curse. Driven by a morbid fascination with the paranormal and desperate for answers, I set out on a journey that would plunge me into a realm of horror beyond imagining. I departed from Clearwater at around 6:30 p.m. in my 2012 Ford F-150. The route to Ravens Hollow was a 35-mile drive along a narrow, 2-lane highway, approximately 28 feet wide, with gravel shoulders about 4 feet wide. The highway wound through endless stands of gnarled oak and pine trees, many reaching heights of 80 feet, that swayed ominously in the cold autumn wind. As dusk fell, the sky turned a deep shade of navy, and the temperature plummeted to nearly 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I could see my breath condensing in the frigid air as I navigated the winding roads that eventually led to an isolated, overgrown driveway marking the entrance to Ravens Hollow. After 35 miles, I finally pulled over at the edge of a dense thicket. There, hidden behind a rusted iron gate standing roughly 8 feet tall, lay the estate. I parked my truck about 100 feet from the gate and took a moment to steel myself. My 400 lumen flashlight, digital recorder, and a battered notebook were all I carried as I stepped into the unknown. The iron gate creaked open with a long, mournful groan, a sound that seemed to echo off the surrounding trees, and revealed a gravel driveway about 250 feet long, leading to a massive, decaying mansion. Raven's Hollow sat on a sprawling 7-acre plot that had long since been reclaimed by the wild. The mansion itself was an imposing structure, measuring roughly 140 feet in length and 100 feet in width. Its once proud white clapboard siding was now chipped and darkened with soot and age, and tall, narrow windows, each about 3 feet by 5 feet, glared out like vacant eyes. An imposing, rusted iron sign above the main entrance, approximately 6 feet by 4 feet in size, simply read Raven's Hollow, its letters barely visible under layers of grime. I approached the front door, a massive oak portal nearly 10 feet tall, reinforced with iron studs and scarred by years of neglect. With my heart pounding in my chest, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, the foyer was cavernous, a vast space approximately 60 feet by 45 feet, with a vaulted ceiling soaring nearly 40 feet high. Dust motes danced in the weak beams of moonlight that filtered through a few broken stained glass windows, each roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, casting eerie shifting patterns on the mosaic tiled floor. The tiles, originally a vibrant mosaic of colors and designs, were now cracked and missing in several places. The air was heavy with the musty scent of decay, old incense, and a metallic tang that reminded me disturbingly of rusted iron and dried blood. Almost immediately, I sensed that the house was not entirely abandoned. In the deep silence of the foyer, I could almost make out soft whispers, barely audible, as if carried by the wind, yet laden with despair. I activated my digital recorder, capturing the ambient sounds as I scribbled hurried notes in my notebook. Every step echoed through the desolate hall, each footfall a reminder of the mansion's tragic past. I moved cautiously down a long, narrow corridor that stretched for about 70 feet from the foyer to a series of heavy, ornate doors that once led to the family's private quarters. The corridor was lined with faded portraits in gilded frames, each around 2 feet by 3 feet, depicting stern-faced ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow my every move. The walls, once adorned with intricate moldings, were now peeling and scarred with deep gouges. Every so often, I thought I saw a shadow flicker at the edge of my vision, a ghostly figure drifting behind the closed doors. The sound of my boots on the creaking wooden floor resonated through the corridor like a slow, ominous drumbeat. At the corridor's end, I pushed open a pair of heavy double doors and entered what had once been the grand dining hall. The room measured about 65 feet by 40 feet and was dominated by a long mahogany table that stretched nearly 30 feet across. Silver candelabras, each about 18 inches tall, stood along the table, their wax now hardened and discolored. Massive windows, approximately 4 feet by 6 feet, were draped in tattered, moth-eaten curtains that swayed gently in the draft. In the dim light, I could almost hear echoes of long-forgotten laughter and clinking silverware, now replaced by an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on my soul. My curiosity led me to the mansion's library, a secluded room accessed through a narrow door at the end of another corridor that measured around 50 feet in length. The library was a sanctuary of sorrow, roughly 50 feet by 35 feet, with towering bookshelves that reached up to 10 feet, filled with leather-bound volumes and ancient manuscripts. A single, dusty chandelier, its crystals dulled by time, cast a weak light over the room. I ran my fingers along the spines of the books, feeling the rough texture of the faded covers. In one forgotten corner, I discovered a heavy oak desk, approximately 4 feet by 3 feet in size. On the desk lay a fragile leather-bound diary with a cracked clasp. With trembling hands, I opened the diary and began reading an entry dated November 10, 1887. Tonight, a darkness descends upon Raven's Hollow. The halls echo with the cries of the forsaken, and the shadows whisper of sins buried deep. Our beloved Evelyn, taken on that blood-red night, left behind her silver locket, a token of hope and unity. but its theft has doomed us all. If these words endure, let them serve as a warning. Only by returning what was lost can the curse be lifted, and our souls be set free. The diary recounted the tragic tale of Evelyn Blackwood, a radiant young woman whose light had been snuffed out by betrayal and greed. Her stolen silver locket, inscribed with the initials EV and measuring about 2 inches in diameter, had been the symbol of a promise broken. I carefully pocketed the diary, its words resonating in my mind, and continued my exploration with a renewed sense of purpose. As midnight approached, an unsettling chill permeated the mansion, and I felt compelled to search for a hidden secret that might hold the key to breaking the curse. In a quiet hallway off the main corridor, behind a tattered velvet curtain draped over a heavy wooden door, approximately 2.5 feet wide by 7 feet tall, I discovered a narrow latch. With a hesitant push, the door creaked open to reveal a narrow, descending passageway. The passage was a claustrophobic corridor, no wider than 3 feet, with a low arched ceiling of about 7 feet at its highest point. The floor was paved with rough concrete slabs, roughly 2 feet by 2 feet in size, worn smooth by decades of neglect. I set my flashlight to 450 lumens and stepped cautiously into the darkness, my breath visible in the cold air. The passage twisted for nearly 100 feet before opening into a vast subterranean chamber. The chamber was immense, measuring roughly 60 feet by 45 feet, with a vaulted ceiling that barely rose 8 feet high, a confining, oppressive space. The floor was uneven, scattered with debris and broken relics of a forgotten era. Along the walls were niches containing crumbling artifacts, rusted keys, shattered porcelain figurines, and fragments of old photographs. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the only sounds were the steady drip of water and the echo of my own hesitant footsteps. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, approximately 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide. Its surface covered in cryptic symbols etched deeply into the stone. These symbols, each around 2 inches in diameter, pulsed with a faint, eerie glow that seemed to beat in time with my racing heart. Resting atop the pedestal was an ornate wooden box, roughly 10 inches by 8 inches in size, carved with intricate patterns of intertwining vines and anguished faces. With trembling hands, I opened the box, revealing a delicate silver locket. The locket, engraved with the initials EV in an elegant, flowing script, shone with a mysterious inner light that pulsed softly in the dim illumination. The moment I touched the locket, a profound wave of sorrow and longing swept over me, as if I had become the vessel for the grief of the lost souls of Raven's Hollow. Faint, mournful chanting began to rise from the very walls, a low and rhythmic murmur that filled the chamber. I activated my digital recorder, capturing the haunting voices that blended with the echo of dripping water. In that moment, I recalled the diary's desperate plea to return what was lost and break the curse that had bound the souls of the Blackwood family and the mansion to eternal despair. With the silver locket clutched tightly in my hand, I retraced my steps through the labyrinthine passageway, emerging back into the main halls of Black Oak Manor. Determined to follow the instructions in the diary, I made my way to the eastern wing of the mansion, where the private offices of the Blackwood family were located. The corridor leading to these offices was narrow, stretching about 70 feet, lined with heavy wooden doors, each measuring 6 feet by 3 feet. At the far end, I found the master office, a room measuring roughly 35 feet by 25 feet, steeped in shadows and the lingering scent of faded grandeur. Dominating one wall of the office was a large portrait of Evelyn Blackwood, framed in ornate gold and measuring 4 feet by 3 feet. The portrait captured her luminous beauty and sorrowful eyes, a stark reminder of the light that had been extinguished by betrayal. I examined the frame closely and discovered a small recessed niche, about 4 inches deep and 6 inches wide, hidden at the back of the frame. It was clearly designed to hold a cherished token. With my heart pounding in anticipation, I approached the niche and slowly inserted the silver locket into it. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, warm light began to emanate from the niche, growing steadily until it bathed the entire room in a gentle golden glow. The air shifted, and I heard the faintest murmur, a chorus of voices rising in a harmonious, sorrowful hymn. A single, ethereal whisper drifted through the silence, barely audible but filled with an undeniable sense of relief. Thank you. Our pain is eased. I stood there, overwhelmed by the profound silence and the sense of redemption that washed over me. It was as though the curse that had haunted the mansion for over a century was finally lifted, and the souls trapped in its depths were finding solace at last. Though my body trembled with exhaustion and the raw intensity of what I had witnessed, I knew it was time to leave Raven's Hollow behind. I carefully gathered my digital recorder, the diary, and my notebook, each item a testament to the horrors and redemption of that night, and retraced my steps back through the hidden passage. Ascending the 18 creaking steps of the subterranean staircase, I emerged into the grand foyer of the mansion, where the oppressive silence had given way to a quiet, almost hopeful calm. I stepped outside into the frigid December air, where the storm had subsided to a gentle drizzle. The wrought iron gate, once an ominous sentinel, now stood silently as I walked 150 feet to my 2012 Ford F-150. I climbed in and drove the remaining 20 miles back to Clearwater along a frost-dusted highway approximately 30 feet wide with gravel shoulders of 4 feet. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I replayed the night's events in my mind. The spectral corridors, the hidden passageways, the haunted chamber, and finally, the moment of redemption when Evelyn's locket was returned to its rightful place. In the months that followed, I dedicated myself to researching the tragic history of the Blackwood family and the cursed legacy of Raven's Hollow. I visited local archives in Clearwater and scoured old newspapers, handwritten records, and faded photographs dating back to the mid-19th century. I learned that Black Oak Manor, later known as Raven's Hollow, had been built in 1845 by the wealthy Blackwood family, a lineage known for their piety and generosity. But a series of betrayals and misfortunes, culminating in the mysterious disappearance of young Evelyn Blackwood on the night of a blood-red moon, had cast a pall over the family. The loss of Evelyn's silver locket was seen as a divine omen, a token that, once stolen, had unleashed a curse that bound the souls of the family and the estate to eternal sorrow. I interviewed several elderly residents of Clearwater who still remembered the old legend. One former caretaker, now in his late 80s, recounted how on stormy nights he could hear the soft clinking of a silver locket against stone, a sound that filled him with both dread and a bittersweet hope. Another, a local historian, told me that the locket had been revered as a symbol of unity and redemption, and its return had always been prophesied as the only way to break the curse that had haunted Raven's Hollow for over a century. I compiled all of my research, along with my field recordings, diary entries, and personal notes, into a detailed account of that harrowing night. I have since secured this evidence in a safe, preserving it as a testament to the enduring power of confronting our darkest past. Though I strive to move on with my life, every time I drive along the frost-covered highways of rural Missouri, I catch a fleeting glimpse of a faded sign that reads Raven's Hollow, and I hear faintly the echo of a silver locket chime, a gentle reminder that even the deepest curses can be undone by acts of remembrance and redemption. There are nights when the wind wails through the skeletal trees and the mist clings to the land like a shroud, that I awaken to the soft sound of a silver chime, a sound that seems to rise from the depths of my memory, carrying with it the promise of hope and renewal. In those moments, I recall the spectral corridors of Raven's Hollow, the hidden passageways beneath the cursed mansion, and the redemptive moment when the lost locket was returned to Evelyn's portrait. I am reminded that even in the darkest of nights, there is a glimmer of light, a chance for lost souls to find their way home. I share this story not solely as a warning of the terrors that lurk in forgotten places, but as a beacon of hope, a testament that even the most ancient curses can be broken when we face the darkness head-on and restore what was once lost. If you ever find yourself drawn to the haunted ruins of an old mansion, or if you ever hear the soft, ghostly echo of a silver locket in the night, remember that true courage lies in confronting the past, in seeking redemption, and in daring to believe that even the deepest sorrow can yield to the light. It was a bitter, storm-lashed night in late November when I first heard the legend of Widow's Peak, a crumbling mansion set atop a lonely hill in rural West Virginia, shrouded in mystery and cursed by an ancient tragedy. Locals in the nearby town of Pine Ridge, population approximately 1,500, spoke in hushed, trembling tones about eerie lights that danced along its broken windows and ghostly figures that roamed its overgrown grounds. They whispered that on nights when the wind howled through the skeletal trees and temperatures plunged below 30 degrees Fahrenheit, the mansion's cursed past would reawaken, unleashing terror on any who dared approach. Driven by a lifelong fascination with the paranormal and desperate for answers, I resolved to journey to Widow's Peak, a decision that would forever blur the line between reality and nightmare. I departed from Pine Ridge at approximately 6 p.m. in my trusty 2014 Ford F-150. The drive to Widow's Peak was a 25-mile journey along a narrow and two-lane highway, about 28 feet wide with gravel shoulders roughly 4 feet wide. The road wound its way through dense stands of oak and hickory trees, many reaching heights of 80 feet, that whispered secrets in the cold November wind. As dusk fell, the fading light gave way to deep shadows and a foreboding navy sky. The temperature steadily dropped to around 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and a fine drizzle began to coat the road with a slick sheen. With every mile that took me farther from the warmth of Pine Ridge, I felt an increasing sense of isolation and trepidation. After 25 miles, I arrived at the outskirts of a vast, rugged forest. A faded wooden sign on a rusted iron post, measuring about 3 feet by 5 feet, stood at the forest's edge and read, "Welcome to Widow's Peak," its letters barely legible from years of neglect. I parked my F-150 about 200 feet from the sign, turned off the engine, and stepped out into the chilly night. My breath immediately formed visible puffs in the cold air as I gathered my digital recorder, a 450 lumen flashlight, and my well-worn notebook. I felt as though the silence of the forest was alive with whispered warnings. A narrow, winding dirt road, approximately 150 feet long, led from the sign deeper into the forest toward the mansion. The path was scarcely more than a worn trail, about 3 feet wide, bordered by tangled underbrush and gnarled tree roots. The rain had begun to fall more heavily now, and small puddles of water reflected the weak light of my flashlight as I trudged forward. After what felt like an eternity on that solitary path, I finally emerged into a clearing. In the center of the clearing, silhouetted against the inky sky, stood Widow's Peak, a once grand mansion now reduced to a decaying monument of sorrow. The mansion was set on a sprawling 8-acre estate. Its imposing structure measured roughly 140 feet in length and 100 feet in width. The exterior was a patchwork of crumbling white clapboard and dark stained wood, its surfaces pocked with deep gouges and layers of peeling paint. Tall, narrow windows, each approximately 3 feet by 5 feet, jutted out like empty eyes, many of them shattered or boarded up with weathered planks. Ivy and wild vines crawled across the walls, and a massive, rusted iron gate, standing 8 feet tall, guarded the property's perimeter. A heavy fog clung to the estate, and the distant sound of a mournful wind moaned through the trees as though echoing the cries of long-forgotten souls. I took a deep breath and pushed the iron gate open. It groaned in protest, the sound echoing like a lament across the desolate grounds. I walked the 150 feet from the gate to the front door of the mansion, my footsteps crunching on the gravel as I approached the massive oak door. This door, nearly 10 feet tall and reinforced with iron studs, hung slightly ajar, as if inviting me to step into the darkness within. My heart pounded in my chest, but I pressed on. Inside, the foyer was vast and oppressive. The grand entrance hall measured approximately 60 feet by 45 feet, with a vaulted ceiling that soared nearly 40 feet overhead. Dust motes danced in the weak beams of moonlight that filtered through several broken stained glass windows, each roughly 2 feet by 3 feet, casting fractured patterns of light on the mosaic tiled floor composed of 1-foot square tiles, many of which were cracked or missing. The air was thick with the scent of decaying wood, damp plaster, and an inexplicable tang of old blood that set my nerves on edge. Almost immediately, I sensed that the mansion was not entirely empty. Faint, indistinct whispers, almost like a distant chorus of mourning voices, seemed to drift through the corridors. I activated my digital recorder, the red recording light blinking softly, and began jotting down notes in my notebook. Every echo of my footsteps on the cold stone floor felt laden with the weight of a tragic past, as though the very walls were weeping. A grand staircase of dark oak, consisting of 22 creaking steps, each approximately 8 inches high, led upward to the private quarters. Before venturing upstairs, I decided to explore the ground floor further. I moved cautiously down a long, narrow corridor that stretched for about 70 feet from the foyer to a set of heavy wooden doors. Each door, measuring roughly 7 feet tall by 3 feet wide, once opened to lavish parlors and dining rooms where laughter and conversation had once filled the air. Now, the corridor was shrouded in silence, the only sound the soft creak of aged floorboards and the occasional, fleeting rustle that might have been nothing more than the wind, or something far more sinister. Faded portraits in gilded frames, each around 2 feet by 3 feet, adorned the walls. The stern faces of long-deceased ancestors seemed to follow my every movement with silent admonition. I paused often, feeling that I was being watched by eyes that had witnessed unspeakable tragedies. At the corridor's end, I pushed open a pair of heavy double doors and entered what had once been the grand dining hall. The room was vast, approximately 65 feet by 40 feet, and dominated by a long mahogany table that stretched nearly 30 feet across. Silver candelabras, standing about 18 inches tall, were arranged along the table, their wax now hardened and discolored. Massive windows, approximately 4 feet by 6 feet, were draped in tattered, moth-eaten curtains that swayed in the draught. The oppressive silence was almost palpable, and as I moved through the room, I thought I heard a soft, mournful melody echoing faintly, like a distant piano playing a requiem for lost souls. Compelled to learn more about the mansion's tragic history, I found my way to the library, a secluded, somber room measuring about 50 feet by 35 feet, its walls lined with towering bookshelves reaching up to 10 feet high. The shelves were filled with leather-bound volumes and brittle manuscripts, their spines cracked with the passage of time. A single dusty chandelier, its crystals dulled and scattered, provided a weak, flickering light. In a quiet corner of the library, I discovered a heavy oak desk about 4 feet by 3 feet in size. Resting on it was a fragile, leather-bound diary with a cracked clasp. With my hands trembling, I opened the diary to an entry dated November 10, 1887. Tonight, the darkness of Widow's Peak deepens, and our souls are left to wander in eternal sorrow. Our beloved Evelyn, whose light once graced these halls, was taken on a night when the moon burned red with grief. Her silver locket, our symbol of hope, was stolen, and with its loss, a curse was cast upon this cursed estate. If these words endure, let them serve as a warning. Only by returning the lost locket can our shattered spirits be mended. The words filled me with a profound sadness and a resolute determination. Evelyn Blackwood, the radiant daughter of the family, had been the heart of Widow's Peak, and her stolen locket, measuring a mere 2 inches in diameter and etched with the initials EV, was said to be the key to breaking the curse that had haunted the mansion for over a century. As midnight approached and the wind outside howled like a chorus of lost souls, I felt a compelling urge to search for a secret hidden within the mansion, a passage that might lead to the very heart of the curse. In a quiet hallway off the main corridor, behind a tattered velvet curtain draped over a heavy wooden door, approximately 2.5 feet wide by 7 feet tall, I discovered a narrow latch that seemed out of place. With a deep breath, I pressed the latch, and the door creaked open to reveal a narrow, descending passageway. The passage was a claustrophobic corridor, barely 3 feet wide, with a low, arched ceiling that measured roughly 7 feet at its highest point. Its floor was paved with uneven concrete slabs, each about 2 feet by 2 feet, worn smooth by decades of neglect. I set my flashlight to its maximum output of 450 lumens, its beam slicing through the oppressive darkness, and ventured into the hidden passage. For nearly 100 feet, the corridor twisted and turned like the labyrinthine mind of a madman. Every step was accompanied by the soft echo of my footfalls and the distant drip of water from the damp walls. Finally, I reached the end of the passage, where it opened into a vast subterranean chamber. The chamber was enormous, a hidden crypt that measured roughly 60 feet by 45 feet, with a low vaulted ceiling that barely reached 8 feet high. The floor was a patchwork of uneven concrete, the slabs roughly 2 feet square, and the walls were lined with niches that once held relics, now long forgotten. The only light came from my flashlight and occasional shafts of moonlight that filtered through cracks in the concrete ceiling. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, about 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide. The pedestal was covered in cryptic symbols etched deeply into the stone, each symbol roughly 2 inches in diameter, pulsing with a faint, otherworldly glow. Resting on the pedestal was an ornate wooden box, approximately 10 inches by 8 inches in size, intricately carved with designs of intertwining vines and mourning angels. With trembling hands, I opened the box, and there, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a delicate silver locket. The locket, inscribed with the initials EV in an elegant script, shone with a mysterious inner light. The moment I touched the locket, I was overwhelmed by a profound sorrow, a sensation as if the spirit of Evelyn herself were reaching out to me, her silent plea echoing in my mind, "Return me." At that moment, the low, mournful chanting that had been a faint murmur in the chamber swelled into a chorus of voices. I activated my digital recorder, capturing the haunting melody that reverberated off the stone walls, each note a lament for lost souls. Recalling the diary's desperate plea, I realized that the key to breaking the curse lay in returning this silver locket to its rightful place, a sacred niche within the master office of the Blackwood family. I clutched the locket tightly and retraced my steps back through the hidden passage, emerging into the dim corridors of Widow's Peak with a renewed sense of determination. I made my way through the labyrinthine hallways until I reached the eastern wing, where the private offices were located. At the far end of a long corridor, approximately 70 feet in length, stood the master office, its heavy wooden door, about 6 feet tall by 3 feet wide, slightly ajar. With my heart pounding, I pushed the door open and entered a room that measured roughly 35 feet by 25 feet. The room was filled with relics of a bygone era, a large portrait of a young woman in mourning, framed in ornate gold and measuring about 4 feet by 3 feet, hung prominently on one wall. The portrait, depicting Evelyn Blackwood, radiated a gentle, sorrowful light even in its faded state. Beneath the portrait, I discovered a small, recessed niche built into the wall, approximately 4 inches deep and 6 inches wide, clearly designed to hold a treasured keepsake. With trembling hands and a mixture of fear and hope, I pressed the silver locket into the niche. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, warm light began to emanate from the niche, slowly growing until it bathed the entire room in a golden glow. The air shifted, and I heard a faint, harmonious murmur, a chorus of voices filled with relief and gratitude. A single, ethereal whisper drifted through the silence. "Thank you, our light is restored." In that transcendent moment, I felt as though a great weight had been lifted from Widow's Peak. The oppressive curse that had haunted the mansion for over a century began to wane, replaced by a calm that seemed to promise redemption for the tormented souls of the Blackwood family. Though my body was exhausted and my hands still trembled from the overwhelming emotions of that night, I knew it was time to leave Widow's Peak behind. I retraced my steps through the now quiet corridors, ascending the 22 creaking steps of the grand staircase back to the main foyer. The atmosphere in the mansion, once thick with sorrow, now carried a fragile sense of peace, a gentle reminder that even the deepest curses can be broken. I stepped outside into the cold December air, where the storm had subsided into a light drizzle. The wrought iron gate, which had once groaned with an ominous warning, now stood silently as I walked the 150 feet from the mansion to my 2012 Ford F-150. I climbed in and drove the remaining 20 miles back to Pine Ridge along a narrow, frost-dusted highway, approximately 30 feet wide, with gravel shoulders of 4 feet. As the first hints of dawn began to chase away the shadows, I replayed the night's events in my mind: the spectral corridors, the hidden passage into the catacombs, the ghostly chants, and the redemptive moment when Evelyn's silver locket was returned. In the months that followed, I dedicated myself to unearthing the tragic history of Widow's Peak and the Blackwood family. I visited local archives in Pine Ridge and scoured newspaper clippings and handwritten records dating back to the mid-19th century. I learned that Black Oak Manor, later renamed Widow's Peak after a series of calamitous events, had once been the thriving estate of the Blackwood family, a lineage celebrated for their generosity and piety. But tragedy struck on a fateful night when, during a blood-red moon, the beloved Evelyn Blackwood vanished, and her cherished silver locket was stolen by those whose greed and betrayal set in motion a curse that would forever darken the halls of the manor. I interviewed several elderly residents who still recall the old legends. One former caretaker, now in his late 80s, described how on stormy nights he could hear the soft chime of a silver locket against stone, a sound that filled him with both dread and a fragile hope. A local historian recounted the tale of Evelyn's disappearance, emphasizing that the locket had been the symbol of a promise, one that once broken had cursed the family to an eternity of sorrow and regret. I compiled all my research, along with my digital recordings, diary entries, and personal notes, into a comprehensive account of that harrowing night at Widow's Peak. I have since secured all the evidence in a safe, preserving it as a testament to the transformative power of confronting our darkest past. Every time I travel along the frost-dusted highways of rural West Virginia, I sometimes catch a glimpse of a faded sign marking Widow's Peak and hear faintly the echo of a silver chime, a reminder that even the most ancient curses can be undone through acts of redemption. There are nights when the wind wails through the bare trees and the drizzle turns to a soft mist that I awaken to the faint sound of a chime, a delicate, sorrowful melody that seems to rise from the depths of memory, carrying with it the promise of hope and renewal. In those quiet moments, I recall the spectral corridors of Widow's Peak, the hidden catacombs beneath its decaying floors, and the final redemptive act of returning Evelyn's silver locket to its sacred place. I am reminded that even in the darkest nights, there is the possibility of light, a chance for lost souls to be set free.